upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana, grant high duty as in their sight, give the President of the Republic and the ministers of states with the integrity and courage, that through this land and people O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving. And strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Another week of the public hearing of the committee, where the committee will be considering the reports of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, public boards, corporations, and other statutory institutions for the period ended 31 December 2023. Appearing before the committee today are the Ministries of Finance and Energy, together with their agencies. So I want to welcome the ministers, the chief executive officers, chief director, coordinating director, and other directors who are here to support the committee to examine the report. We'll start. After that, I'll mention the names of the agencies, not in any particular order, so that we can examine the report. So let's begin with the introduction of the members of the committee.
Parliament for New Jobin North and a member of this committee.
Good morning. I'm Honorable Dr. Frida Pempe, MP.
Chairman, good morning. Kofi Adams, MP for Bui and member of the committee.
Good morning, Chai. Samson Tangwan Buchiregia is my name, MP of Rongo Central, a member of the committee.
Good morning. My name is Samuel Atta Mills, MP for Commander Edina Eguafo Abrim, and the Vice Chair of the committee.
My name is James Kluche Abaji, MP for Katuno and the Chair of the committee.
My name is Kofi Ochiri Ajokum, MP for Fanti Akwasaf and the ranking member of the committee.
Hello, good morning. Akwasi Kunedu, the Member of Parliament for Menchia North Constituency.
Isaac Yao Opoku, MP of Fenso South and a member of the committee.
Good morning. My name is Joanna Mati, Director, Audit Service. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Patricia Dakun, Assistant Auditor General, Audit Service.
Good morning. My name is John Weza, Assistant Auditor General, Audit Service.
Good morning. My name is Michael Addo, Assistant Auditor General, Audit Service.
Thank you very much. Shall we have the following agencies to take the oath? National Lottery Authority, NEDCO, ECG.
So repeat after me. I do in the name of the Almighty God swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you. Please, can you turn on your mic?
I, Alexander Ampavin,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Kindly introduce yourselves to the committee.
Good morning, Chairman and the team. My name is Alex Ampavin, Deputy Finance Minister, Ministry of Finance.
Good morning, Chair, distinguished committee. My name is Eva Ment. I'm Chief Director at the Ministry of Finance.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members of the committee. My name is Stella Dada Williams, Coordinating Director at the Ministry of Finance.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Hayford Amo, Director Internal Audit at the Ministry of Finance. Thank you.
My name is Crystal Asa Ek, Acting Director Legal for the NLA.
Good morning. Director Strategy and Business Improvement, National Lottery Authority.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Bernard Asare, Finance Manager, National Lottery Authority.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Emanuela Ephraim, Chief Internal Auditor of the National Lottery Authority.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Samuel Oku. I'm Director General for the National Lottery. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Martin Ameniampon, Acting Director for Finance, NLA.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Anna Homa-Mieza. I'm Deputy Director General for the National Lottery Authority.
Thank you very much. Who is that?
Chair, yeah, I'm saying.
Okay. And I heard Finance Minister. Manager, okay. I heard Minister. And I said, hey, you want to take somebody's post? So it's good that I asked so that I will clarify. Thank you very much for coming. NLA, you have 2 issues in addition to your financial performance. So we'll start with the financial performance, and Vice Chairman will take it. Paragraph 687 of the report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Now, National Lottery Authority. Looking at your financials, we have serious problems. 2020, your lotto intake was 299 million. 2021, you dropped by 93 million Ghana cedis. Why?
Good morning once again, Mr. Chairman. Respectfully, I would like the Finance Director to answer these technical financial questions, and then I'll come in as the need be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Respectfully, these were due to some challenges such as technical service challenges, illegal lotto operators, and delay in price payments.
Sir, are you familiar with the financial records of NLA?
Yes, sir.
You've been going down since 2017. It wasn't just between 2020 and 2021.
Honorable Chair, respectfully, we agree, but fortunately in 2022, we were able to overturn all to positive 2.5. And based on the auditor's financial statement.
Yeah, but from 2017, you've gone down every year.
Honorable Chair, it's true, but that's
because there was a time you were making over 400 million.
Yes, sir.
And now you go down to 206 million.
Yes, sir, Honorable Chair.
So the problems have existed for a long time. What have you done about it to change the illegal?
Yes, sir. Constant swoop exercise were done, and fortunately for us in 2022, we were able to overturn all to arrive at a positive 2.5 million.
What measures did you put in place?
Constant swoop exercises. Constant swoop exercises.
So from 2017 to 2022, does it mean that you weren't doing any constant sweep exercises?
Mr. Chairman, if I may come in, and let me take it also from the 402 figure that you quoted. I think maybe this also offers us an opportunity to explain the issues well. If you take that raw figure of 402 million that the NLA made in 2017, this was the gross. We spent 50% of that amount to pay wins. If you take that 50% out, you are talking about around 200 million. And then you also have to take out the commission we paid our lotto marketing companies, which we paid them 20%. If you knock off that figure, you are hovering around 120, 130 million. And then you take out the cost of running the NLA, the paper roll, the utilities, our halls, and also clearly, if you look at it, the NLA actually would have made somewhere around 100 million if you take out all these. Now, in 2021, the NLA added a new stream to its revenue, 2020 moving into 2021, and that was the online. The online, when I became Director General, were making 25 million cedis for the first year. within 6 months, we renegotiated that contract. That moved it from the 25 million to 50 million, with additional 3 million to cushion our aging lotto marketing companies and 2 million for good causes. That took it to 55. And then in 2022, in 2023, we shot the figure from online to make up for the losses on the aging terminals. We shot it to 88 million cedis for online revenue alone. And then as I speak to you today, this year, online is giving the NLA in excess of 160 million cedis. So we strongly disagree that the NLA has been on a downward spiral. However, what we have added is that with the advent of technology, Mr. Chairman, respectfully, people who would ordinarily walk to the kiosk now play on their phones. So the world has moved on, and it wasn't waiting for us to catch up. The NLA had to introduce some of these new measures into making sure that at least we expand our revenue mobilization base. So as I speak to you today, the NLA, that 160 million plus is clean money that you are not paying commission out of it. You are not paying paper rolls out of it. You will not pay prices out of it. If you add that to additional collaborators' revenue, that people we have licensed to also operate lottery, per the ruling of the, in the case of the Ghana Lotto Operators Association versus the National Lottery Authority. First, we are the sole monopoly to operate, to conduct, to supervise and regulate lottery. But in the Supreme Court decision, they asked the NLA to also to be fair and allow people in to participate. However, we should be firm and transparent in their regulation. So yes, we have activities of illegal operators. It's the biggest monster in the room, and it will need a bipartisan effort to root out. You go after these illegal lotto operators, and they are more or less, they have political affiliations to the two major political parties in Ghana. Mr. Chairman, respectfully, your party and my party. And you keep having pleas from both sides, but we have been resolute. So we have been resolute in stamping our feet. Yes, sir.
Sir, if I could come in.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
The numbers you were talking about,
yes,
those were the intakes.
Yes, that's the intake.
I haven't spoken about your expenses. The intakes kept on coming down from 2017.
Mr. Chairman, the intake that you're talking about, if you look at the intake alone on the point of sale terminal.
That is what we are looking at.
Yes.
We look at the intakes, and then you take your expenses out of it. But your intakes keep on going down. For example, 2020, your intake was 299. It had come down from 402 in 2017. And your bottom line, you had a deficit of 788,000.
Mr. Chairman, in 2020, the deficit of the 788,000. In fact, in 2021, it was actually worse. In 2021, it was around 17 million. But in 2022, we overturned this deficit and made profit in 2022 and also profit in 2023.
Sir, let's look at the 2020 and 2021. Because 2022, we'll talk about it next year.
Yes, Mr.
We'll
Chairman.
talk about it next
Mr.
year.
Chairman, you have aging terminals. You have terminals that were procured somewhere in 96. In fact, in 2006, 2007. These terminals are 2G terminals. Currently, many of the telcos are operating on 4G and 5G. So when you have the peak times, many of them also struggled to operate. And also, apart from the aging terminals, the NLA also was heavily impacted with the COVID, because people who would ordinarily walk to play your games at the point of sale terminal, they won't go because of the fear of the pandemic. And that's why the NLA had to diversify. So yes, there was a challenge, respectfully, Mr. Chairman, in 2020 and 2021. But then we've been able to now put our acts together and back on several swoops and also ensure that we diversify, because it became apparent that the future had to be technology and digital. And so That's what we did with the additional revenue stream coming through from your collaborators you have licensed, i.e. private lotto operators, your collaborators on online and operating using the USSD as well.
Director General, these results are bad. But when did you become the boss?
The chairman, I became the boss of the NLA in August 2021.
And
but government is continuing, so I'm answering the questions of my predecessor.
I agree. These results are bad, at least up to 2021. And I know you are telling us the causes of this bad performance. So what measures have you taken to reverse this trend? Because we want this company to be a going concern. What measures have you taken to reverse this trend?
Mr. Chairman, among the several measures we've taken, and currently we are engaged in a tussle with the GLOA, Ghana Lotto Operators Association. The measures we've taken is, first of all, to stamp our authority, our given mandate by Parliament and the law that one, if you are not licensed to operate lottery, we won't allow you to operate. And so we've been embarking on SOOPs, but the board took a firm decision last week that the NLA must now go out there to ensure that regardless of whoever you are, if you are not licensed to operate the lottery, we won't allow you to operate. We have an estimated 780 illegal operating lotto companies in Ghana. Illegal. And Ghana's lottery field is estimated by the World Lottery Association to raise 1.8 billion cedis a year. Out of this, about $1 billion is in the hands of the illegals. They don't pay taxes. We don't owe them. You go after them and it becomes a political matter. But now we have decided that in helping us get to that revenue mobilization point, if you are not licensed to operate lottery, we won't allow you to operate. Secondly, we are also procuring point of sale terminals because of our aging terminals. These terminals are 15 years old, 14 years old, and they don't function to perfection. We've also taken drastic steps in also clearing all our outstanding prizes and wins. When I became Director General, prizes on paid wins was almost 20 million cedis. And we've cleared these unpaid wins to now somewhere around 3 million to 3 to 4 million. And we intend clearing all these within the next couple of months. So
assure us that going from 2022, you have finished 2022, I'm sure you have finished 2023, you must have an idea. Are we reversing the trend? That is our
Mr. Chairman, we have, and these are not from my own figures.
You will come here again, so you must know what you are talking about. Are we reversing the trend?
Mr. Chairman, I'm praying that the next time I'm here, maybe I'll be joining the panel to interview the NLA side on it. But
you'll be part of us, eh?
Mr. Chairman, that notwithstanding, from the audited account by the Auditor General's department, in 2022, the NLA overturned its deficit. In 2023, they overturned the deficit. In 2024, they overturned the deficit. So the 2023-2024 will show positive outlook.
All right, thank you. Director General, I want to correct maybe the impression your answer created. When the Vice Chairman said that you have been on downward trend from 2017,
yes, Mr. Chairman,
you say you disagree with that. But the fact is here that your revenue have been declining from 402 million in 2017 to 206 million in 2021. That's a fact. So you cannot disagree with the fact. Maybe what you have done is that you are turning that trend. I will agree with you that you are turning that trend. But this fact is here. You have been on decline from 2017. Is that not the case?
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I want to leave you there and respect your ruling on this matter. But the truth is that the intake is just one aspect of the operation, of the total revenue. You have other income that comes to support it. So if you look at just
does it mean that the revenue reported in the this report, there are some revenue that Ghana Lotteries and that you did not disclose to the auditors. If you say the intake is just one of the revenue sources, it doesn't mean that there are some other revenue which you did not disclose to the auditors for them to capture in the
Mr.
report.
Chairman, that's the miscellaneous income. And the miscellaneous income is other revenue that comes to the NLA. Because, for instance, if you have a reduction of the intake on the aging point of sale terminals, the NLA was also smarter in diversifying. And that is why you have our other revenue stream coming through online and collaborators. So the collaborators and online alone, it shot from 35 million to 41 million in 2021 alone. So that was not a reduction, that was an increment. And then again, it shot up in the following year. So if you look at just the intake, it's just one stream, that's the on the point of sale terminals. And respectfully, that the reason why I'm going on and on is that this is a committee of records, so that my successor someday wouldn't have to come and struggle to explain respectfully. So the intake, I agree with Vice Chairman, that is on the point of sale terminal. But we have other income that, if you check the records, it has compensated for the losses on the point of sale terminals.
Well, it's good that you have agreed with the Vice Chairman now. But again, I want to point to you that if you add your miscellaneous income to the intake revenue, give you a total of 247 million in 2021. Compared to 2020, it was 335 million. Still on the downward trend.
Respectfully, I agree.
Yes. Honorable Isaac.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I heard the Director General saying that licensed lotto operators who do not have license will not be allowed to operate. And I also, yes, and I heard him, Chairman, last Thursday on Peace FM saying that the licensed operators paid whatever they were supposed to pay the previous year, and none of them was given a license. How do you explain that?
So, Mr. Chairman, we've been fair in admitting where we have challenges and where we fell short. In 2 years ago, they paid for a license fee. It was actually 1.5 million cedis per license for the local private lotto operators. In 2022, in fact, in 2023, when they paid for the license fee, the processes were that rigorous. Many of them were not able to complete. Some were able to sign on for their licenses, some were not able to. It made enforcement very difficult because we believe that that stakeholder engagement wasn't broad enough. So yes, we admit that, Honorable Chair. But in 2023, in fact, in 2024, we reduced the license fees that it paid from the 1.5 million to 500,000 cedis, taking into consideration the circumstances that we all find ourselves in and how post-COVID rebound and how we could also support these indigenous Ghanaian businesses. So respectfully, we reduced it to 500. But Mr. Chair, the payment of registration fee or license fee alone is not a license. Just like you go to DVLA respectfully, you've paid your driver's license fee. It's up to you as well to take steps to have your biometrics done and go through the requirement for the issuance of a license. But the private lotto operators, currently our battle with them and the crux of the matter has been that they felt that once they paid for the registration fee, they don't need to come for a license. They want the license to take effect in 2025. And we said, no, that's dangerous. Because the licenses are ready, you made your input, there should be some obligations contained in that legal document, that's the license agreement, so that if somebody wins lottery and you're unable to pay, we can hold you responsible. One of the proposals that the private lotto operators put before the NLA was that they should be given 20 years to pay for somebody who wins.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, let's move to the next one. The first management issue has been answered already. It's on the downward trend of your intake revenue, which
very well
has been answered. So we'll go to the last one, which is a penalty on delay payment or pay as you earn and withholding taxes. So when you pay salaries, the taxes component that you're supposed to pay GRA, and then also the withholding taxes that you withheld, you have not remitted them to GRA. And that has resulted in penalty amounting to 1.2 million Ghana cedis. The auditors are recommending that you take the necessary steps to clear or to pay these outstanding deductions. Have you been able to do so?
Mr. Chairman, let me apologize on behalf of the NLA that it delayed, but we have paid. There are no outstandings on that, and the Auditor General's Department can confirm that.
Auditors, can you confirm that they paid all the outstanding pay as you earn and also withholding taxes?
Honorable Chair, the outstanding has been paid. Thank you.
Have you also paid the penalty of 1.2 million?
Mr. Chairman, from our end, we have paid, but the Auditor General's Department can confirm as well.
So you paid a penalty from the NLA sources, from your NLA resources or from your personal resources?
Mr. Chairman, the authority has taken steps and they've cleared all outstanding.
You are not answering my question. What is the source of funding the penalty?
Mr. Chairman, it's from the authority's coffers.
Auditors, if the management refused or default in paying remitting the money to GRA, and that resulted in penalty, should the agency suffer that, or the management that fails to do their duty must bear that cost?
Honorable Chair, ideally, a failure of maybe an officer action the person must suffer for it, but over here we recommend that the management should take necessary action to pay the outstanding statutory debts, and that's what they've done. Thank you.
You have been recommending in other cases for management to pay for the penalty from their personal resources. Why are you selecting and recommending different actions to be taken? You see, I ask this question because we need to be fair. If you will go by this, we should go by this. We don't select. So if this is the case, so anyone who default in paying will not recommend that they should pay from their personal resources. That will weaken our position. Let's be firm and take one position in all cases. That is why I asked this question. And I want Ghanaians to listen. We as a committee will have to go by the recommendations of the Auditor General. All right. That'll be all for National Lottery Authority. I want to thank you very much for coming. You are discharged.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Let's have NEDCO. Can you swear in the Deputy Minister of Energy?
I, Collins Adamaku Mensah,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Kindly introduce yourselves to the committee.
Chairman, my name is Honorable Collins Adamaku Mensah, MP for Efijakwabre North and Deputy Energy Minister. I'll have the team also introduce themselves.
Honorable Chair, my name is Osman Ayuba, Managing Director, NEDCO.
My name is Ohelmina Samoa, Chief Director, Ministry of Energy. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, my name is Hashim Idrisu. I'm the Director Commercial, sitting in for Director Finance.
Honorable Chair, my name is Abdullah Sane, Audit Committee Chair, NEDCO.
Thank you very much for coming. NEDCO, you have only one issue, which is a management issue, but we'll look at your financial performance before the management issue. I think that you are turning the fortune of the company, at least between 2022 and 2023, your income has actually increased by 41%. But that is actually as a result of revaluation gain. But if you look at the company performance itself, you still make loss of 19% in 2023. Now, which asset did you revalue that resulted in the 4.5 million revaluation gain?
Honorable Chair, thank you for the question. Our assets are basically the lines that we have, the poles, the meters, the transformers, everything else that we use to generate revenue. And these are assets that are normally valued or indexed to the dollar. And because the dollar is on the ascendancy, when you revalue those assets, you would have the assets always increase. And so that is the reason. Thank you.
So the unfortunate depreciation of the city is a good news for you.
Not exactly, because when
Because the city depreciated, you index your asset to the dollar. When you convert it into city, you make gain.
That's quite
Assuming that the city becomes stronger, you index your asset to the dollar, you'd have make what? Revaluation loss, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The other side of it is also that what it also means that your depreciation figures will also go very high because the assets have ballooned up. When you apply your depreciation rate, you will also have the depreciation increasing. That is why you have the depreciation increase about almost 50%. So it has two effects. There's positive and there's also negative.
Anyway, your actual performance, you still make loss. Are you putting in a measure to turn the trend?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we are putting in measures to overturn the performance of the company. Some of these measures include, but not limited to, our constant increased monitoring on the field to detect illegal power theft. In some cases, we even have to use the security to support us, to give us security cover, to make sure that we uncover all those illegal connections in the system. We also introducing the new smart metering where power thefts will give us some alerts and we would zoom on those people to also arrest them. We're doing a lot of mass revenue mobilizations as well. This year alone, we've done 2 of such mass revenue mobilization that has raked us some quite amount of money. So we are making efforts to overturn the fortunes of the company, Mr. Chair.
All right. Let's go to paragraph 341. Honorable Samson, take it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. He made an attempt to go into the management question. But if you look at the issue here, it's very terrible. The northern sector, you have these 5 regions, 5 areas in Unit, Techima, Northern itself, Upper East, Upper West. And if you take the northern sector, which is Tamale and Yendi, the losses they made is almost half. That is about 45.7%. Meaning that as the electricity they get in kilowatts hour to supply Tamale and Yendi, half is gone into people's pockets, and they attribute it as theft. It's very scary because as to how you buy electricity and you can only supply half and throw half and attribute it to theft is something that I think you should explain to this committee. Why so? Because the figure is too high.
Mr. Chair, you are very right, and management is aware of this particular trend. And as you alluded to, I attempted answering the part of that question. The Tamale area, which includes the Yendi zone, we have 5 operational areas. The northern area alone takes about 1/3 of our power purchase for the entire 5 areas. And the power theft is actually very high in the northern area. And so we've mapped out a strategy to deal with the power theft situation in the northern area, because if we're able to deal with the power theft situation in Tamale, I believe that half of our problems in the NEDCO zone will be resolved. And so what are those measures? Those measures include what I just said earlier, the introduction of the smart metering project. These are meters that are put on the pools, and it's a deterrent to people who want to steal. We already encourage you by putting it on the pool. I mean, if you don't have any business there, what are you doing on the pool? So that in itself is a deterrent. And it also gives us some alert when the power theft happens. Then we're able to zoom into those areas. We're also considering metering our transformers to isolate the high loss-making area. In this case, already we know that it is northern area, but quite in northern area, Yendi is one of them. There are other areas that we are also looking at. We have this exercise that we call loss control activities, where we, at a point in time, we declare all staff to go onto the field to discover any person who is involved in this. This also serves as a deterrent. So it's true that the northern area is our biggest bane, but we are putting in efforts to deal with the issues. My commercial director is also available.
Yeah, CEO, this, what you are telling the committee now, is already captured here. This is something that you know. When you are talking about theft, this one, it means that you know that because some people are using the electricity without meters, and they don't hide, the things are there. What prevents you from disconnecting all those people? Because this is 45% of the electricity that, it means that out of 20 houses, 19 houses, out of 20 houses, 9 houses are connected illegally. And you know, you are talking about meters. You know it is stealing. So you know your thief. Why? What prevents you from catching the thief? You can disconnect. I know how aggressive your people are in Upper East region, where I come from. And they go out every day. What prevents you from going to the ND sector and Town to at least reduce these losses? Because it's too scary. Even out of the money of 100,000, 45,000 is thrown away. How will you make it? How will you pay back the electricity that you are buying? And you know you buy. You buy from other sectors. So either your controls are weak, you are not working, you are not doing your work. It's not the people, because everybody wants to use free electricity. After we have used free, which we are now paying through COVID levy, and enjoy it, people want to use it free again. So you are not working. So I will say that, brother, you have to look at the answer again, because just accept here that you are not doing your work. Go to me from where I'm sitting. That is how I'm seeing it. This explanation, I'm not sure is good.
Honorable Chair, disconnection is one of the tools that we use, and we use it very, very well. We disconnect. In some cases, a whole community is disconnected. Sometimes we even feel that, why is it fair? Just a few people, why do you do that? But we actually do a lot of disconnections, and it happens all the time. We have even had to make a case to the Chief Justice to get us a dedicated court in Tamale to expedite actions on this illegal condition home we bring them, so they can process these guys as quickly as possible, and that is yielding some results for us. So we are not sleeping on the job, Honorable Chair. Disconnection is one of the tools that we use, and we actually use it and use it very well. As I said, we just gotten the Chief Justice approved the creation of a dedicated court to deal with these power theft cases. But my commercial director is also available if he wants to add something.
Deputy Ranking. Honorable Frida.
Thank you, Chairman. I was actually coming to that question. Since you put in these measures, what has been some of the success stories? Have you made any arrests? And when did this, how long has this been happening? Within which space of time have these thefts been happening? And since you put in these measures, what have you achieved? Have you made any arrests to serve as a deterrent to other people who also steal electricity?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have made some significant gains since we have implemented these measures. For instance, in the northern area alone, we have had about 627 summons that have been issued to these illegal connectors. And in the northern area alone, the number was 473. those who were served in the northern area were 103, and NEDCO-wide was 173. So you can see that it is tilting towards the northern area. And an estimated power loss or stolen power in the northern area was 3.7 million. The whole NEDCO area was 4.1, but the northern area alone was 3.7, and we're able to recoup 1.5 million from the northern area. With 2.2 more to go. So as we continue with these efforts, we believe that we would climb on these illegal connectors and the issues will become resolved with time.
Sir, have you looked into providing meters for the customers? And number two, have you examined your own workers who sometimes may be accused of the ones helping with these illegal connections?
Yes, Mr. Chair, meters are the bread and butter of our operations. So it is one of the areas that if we don't handle it properly, we can have some of these issues. I agree that people will come to apply, and if you don't have the meters available, then they would find ways and means to consume the power. But we have had a systematic plan in procuring these meters, and I think this year alone, I don't have the numbers, but the Commercial Director can give us the full details. We procured quite a number of meters to serve our customers. We have also decided to also go on these local manufacturers of meters to provide us on monthly basis so that we can zone them into our operational area so that each of them will have a particular zone to deal with, so that meters shouldn't be an issue for anybody, because that has been the complaint all along, but we are working on it. On the staff matter too, we take measures against the staff who have been found to be guilty of this offense. Investigations are conducted, and when it is established that they are accomplices to this, we take measures. In some cases, we have even dismissed them. So those are also on course. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That'll be all for NEDCO. Let's have UCG. NEDCO, you are discharged.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
UCG, kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Honorable Chair, my name is Samuel Yata, Director of Finance, ECG.
Honorable Chair, my name is Yafrin Pong, Director of Materials and Transport.
Honorable Chair, my name is Ben Dankwa, Director Legal.
Honorable Chair, David Bodia Samoa is my name. Deputy Managing Director, Commercial Services.
Honorable Chair, my name is Kwejo Obin, Deputy Managing Director, Engineering and Operations.
Honorable Chair, my name is Samuel Dubik Mahama, and I'm the Managing Director of the Electricity Company of Ghana.
Thank you for coming. You have 4 issues, which are management issues. I will start with your financial performance, and Honorable Kofi Adams will take it. Paragraph 299.
Thank you, Chairman. The financial performance for 2022 was compared with that of 2021, and it doesn't look so good, Mr. Chairman, but possibly they will have some explanation to offer. The IGF increased slightly. Government grants increased slightly. your other income saw some good jump. Please, what makes the other income? What's the other income?
It has to do with providing other services such as distribution transformers and expanding other areas or industrial zones that are applied for by customers.
Your distribution expenses, however, also saw a huge jump, and administrative expenses also recorded same, above 30%, 36.3% for administrative expenses and 32.6% for distribution expenses. Finance cost, understandable, also went up slightly, 11%. Any reason for this?
Mr. Chair, our distribution costs going up is as a result of Forex. Most of our jobs that we do within ECG are all priced in US dollars. The meter purchases, the transformer purchases, the wood pole purchases, and in fact, the intensification jobs themselves are all priced in United States dollars. So that's the reason why the distribution cost has gone up.
But you have a line for net exchange loss. How do you explain this vis-a-vis your distribution expenses that you are justifying it to be based on the Forex?
Mr. Chairman, the net exchange loss is very peculiar with IPP purchases from the independent power producers. These are denominated in foreign currencies. And in 2022, the city witnessed a depreciating trend. So the net exchange loss here is peculiar to the IPP transactions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So it means anytime we fail to manage the dollar and the CD relationship, and the CD becomes hata. It affects you heavily.
That's correct.
Okay. Anyway. I didn't arrest the dollar. Sorry. And the grants payment from government to the power producing companies, is it also captured in your net exchange losses? Is it part of what you captured in the net exchange losses?
Mr. Chairman, it is not part of what is captured in the net exchange losses. The grants payments are direct payments to IPPs on behalf of ECG, and the excess is treated as government grants. This is used to, first of all, reduce the government bills to ECG, and then the excess is treated as government grants. Also, we have the issues of some expenditure not passing through the tariffs. For instance, if you look at the year 2022, the PURC approved tariff rate was around 63, but what was actually achieved was 94. So we incurred a loss of 31 per unit loss, and we use this to reduce the effect, the exposure, as a result of these costs not passing through the tariffs.
Well, this is quite a serious revelation, but may I find out how much of your payment to IPPs is taken care of by the grant in terms of percentage, and how much do you do yourselves?
Mr. Chairman, the government makes a wholesale payment to the IPPs, not in particular order or not relating to a particular IPP. Payments are made, instead of the monies given to ECG, the monies are given to the IPPs directly. So we also use it to reduce the government indebtedness to ECG. And the excess is what is treated as government grants. This has been the method, and it has been used consistently, and the auditors have also approved same, and it has become a policy which we show in our financial statement year-on-year basis. So it is not directly related to a particular IPP, but the government sees its indebtedness as a whole and then makes periodic payments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I don't understand your explanation well. If you could come again. The reason I'm asking is that the government grants are payments made to power-producing companies. And in your answer earlier, you said your net exchange loss is as a result of your payment to IPPs. And so I asked whether this net loss includes payment made by government directly to the IPPs. And you said no. So I wanted to know the component of your payment to IPPs, which is captured under the grant, and which one you do in terms of percentage. Is it 30-70? Is it 40-60? Is it 20-80?
Mr. Chair, there's no direct or proper percentage agreement. It always depends on what the Ministry of Finance has available to them to pay to the IPPs versus what ECG also has available under the cash waterfall to pay to the IPPs, either on a weekly basis or a monthly basis. But for example, thanks to the negotiations that we did, currently ECG is able to pay the IPPs from its side per the conversations we've had with them. So government currently, if government makes any payment now, that will be considered as government addressing the legacy debts of the IPPs. But currently, ECG, from its exercises or its jobs that it's doing on a daily basis, is able to pay the IPPs. But then again, will also bring us back to that forex loss conversation, because the IPPs have to be paid in dollars. So on the spot market, on a daily basis. But we do have the Bank of Ghana assisting us with that exercise, where they are providing us with the requisite amount of dollars to take care of this issue.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the ratio is not so good, but since the MD is saying now, with the arrangement they have in place, they are able to pay the IPPs. That should be good news for us. But what we hear from outside is different from the assurance you are giving us here. Recently, I've heard the IPPs have written some letter to the ministry threatening.
It's about their legacy debt. It's about their legacy debt. It has nothing to do with the month-on payments that ECG has promised to be making to them. On our side, we are doing what we have to do. The conversation is with the Ministry of Finance as to the legacy debt and the structure that has been agreed, and as to when they have to pay their portions of what has been discussed. But if you come to the month-on payments that we've agreed with individual IPPs as the commercial terms, ECG has been doing right by them.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank ECG. But, Minister, what are you doing to make sure that you clear this debt? I know the whole concept of ESLA was to clear this within a matter of 4.5 years. The ESLA was used to raise bonds in order to clear it. Even industries, the agencies that work with you, institutions that work with you are supposed to benefit from these funds. So have you followed the Ministry of Finance to see what they are doing with the funds that are raised for and on behalf of all of us to settle debt that affects institutions and agencies that work directly with you. That is why I'm asking you.
Your
Because
question,
I cannot go ask
your
the
question was
finance
specific
minister.
as to when it should be done. I'm saying it will be difficult for me to
So,
sit here and
so
say.
what have you done with the
We continue to engage the finance ministry on that.
I think that the Ministry of Finance is also here. The Chief Director of the Ministry of Finance is here. The Deputy Minister is also here. They are listening to you. Probably their prayer is that the chairman should not make any reference to them. But their prayers have not been heard. When they come to the front, we will ask them what they are going to do or what is delaying them in paying this debt you people are calling legacy. I don't know how it become legacy. If it's an asset, will you call it legacy asset? We have never heard of that legacy asset. But we always heard of legacy debt. Meanwhile, there were assets that you came to meet. You are not calling those one legacy asset. But when it's debt, you say legacy debt. I don't like that term legacy debt. I don't like it. But that is what you guys are calling it. But we'll ask the Ministry of Finance what they're doing to pay these debts. Anyway. No, let's move on. The next one is paragraph 309. Honorable Chinia.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. The infraction is abandoned free-to-liner tract. The auditors in their physical inspection observed that this tract, estimated at market value of $100,000, allocated to the Eastern Regional Office, had been grounded. Management, in your response, explained that some flooding affected about 35 vehicles, and all had been repaired except 2 of them, including this truck. You, however, added that you were taking steps. You had contacted Japan Motors to repair the truck. What is the situation now? Has it been repaired and put to use?
I can confirm that it has been repaired, but it's not being used at the moment. Receipts of the payments for the repair has been done. We will tender same to the Auditor General, but the reason why it's not being used is that when you talk about Liveline, you're talking about a very, very critical component of the work that we are doing. This enables you to work on a live electricity line without you're putting off the line. So a truck that got flooded now has to go through some certain specific testing and assurances before we can put it to work. Yes, it has been fixed, but to be put to work, it has to go through some assurances and testing before we can put somebody's uncle or father in there and ask him to hold a live wire.
Thank you. So you have not given the necessary documentation to the auditors to confirm that this has been repaired?
We do have a copy here, and we will do same before we leave here.
Thank you, Chairman.
So it means that the auditors are not aware yet that you have fixed the machine.
That's correct.
Kindly provide evidence to the auditors.
Okay.
The next question is on non-use of mechanical workshop. That you have, you built a new warehouse at Aquadum Road, and which include mechanical workshop. But these have been handed over to UCG for more than a year. But you are not actually using the workshop. The auditors have recommended that for money. Have you started using the workshop?
Mr. Chair, yes, we have started using the workshop, and the auditors can verify to that effect, Mr. Chair.
Auditors, can you confirm that they are using the workshop now?
Honorable Chairman, they are using the workshop now.
Paragraph 319, Honorable Ajay.
Thank you, Chairman. 319 talks about unidentified credits. And in this case, the auditors noted from the reconciliation statements that certain credits amounting to 10,936,935.52 were not identified in the cash books of the Accra East region. The details are provided for. I think that you have them in the report. So the auditors ask that management investigates this anomaly and correctly allocate the amount to the appropriate customer accounts. Has it been done?
Yes, it has been done.
So auditors, can you confirm that it's been done?
Honorable Chair, per our last visit, there is still an outstanding amount of 480,864. So if they have any further evidence to that, they can provide them.
Honorable Chair, we will do same and let the auditor have it, but we can confirm that it has been done and steps have been taken to make sure that this particular thing does not occur again, especially with the fact that now we have a platform that assures the revenue and has people looking at it on a daily basis. This is not going to be something that would happen again.
So the explanation that you gave, that you said it had to do with the SWIFT transfers.
Yes.
So now that is what you are saying. You have a system in place that can make you will give you the opportunity to review the transactions.
That's correct.
That daily basis.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Chairman, I think we are good to go. There's some little outstanding, but it will be sorted out between them and the auditors.
All right, thank you very much. Paragraph 325, Honorable Sophia.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. Paragraph 325, the infraction here has to do with grounded freight liner trucks.
Yeah, that is.
The infraction states that 3 freight liner trucks with registration numbers GV246714, GV246114, and GV247114 were all faulty and had been grounded. What is the state of the trucks now?
Mr. Chair, if you realize, they are all live-line trucks. And as I said, the live-line trucks, they have all been fixed, but we have to make sure the insulation in those trucks can stand the test before we send them out for operations. So I can confirm that they've been fixed, but they are not being used because of the testing that we need done. After those tests are done, then we'll be able to use the trucks.
Can you tell this committee when the tests will be conducted, please?
So this was a special project that was handed over to ECG by the United States government. So we have had conversations with them, and we've been assured that within this month, the experts are going to be in town to make sure that the installations and all of that are checked, so that by the end of this month, we should be able to start using them.
Auditors, can you please confirm if what they are saying is?
No, you don't know.
Mr. Chairman, like the earlier one, we are yet to be abreast with the information on as to whether they are actually using the vehicles or not.
Auditors, please take note and monitor and make sure that within the month, the trucks will be tested and will be in use. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you.
Deputy Ranking.
Thank you, Chairman. MD, I have a question regarding supply of electricity to communities or to individual homes. You have a core mandate to transmit, supply, and distribute electricity to our homes. But I've had
concerns from constituents in my constituency, and I'm sure it applies to everybody, that when they apply to UCG to extend electricity to their homes in communities where you are already operating, they receive a bill from your office that they need to pay for the pole and even need to pay for installation and all of that. Are we not overburdening the Ghanaian? And is there not a shift from your core mandate?
It is, Mr. Chair, it's not a shift from our core mandate. At the end of the day, the Electricity Company of Ghana is a limited liability company that's also supposed to generate revenue. One, if through the budget for the year, that particular area is captured, then we do not have to do any of those such things of request for any more installation materials from you. But if that area wasn't captured, then those are costs that have to be valued, the right exercises done for you to pay for that extension work to be done for you. If we deviate from that norm, what is then going to happen is that there's going to be a big hole in our budget that we are supposed to fill. Again, the customer is requiring a service. In the customer requiring a service, what are the standardized approved rates by the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission? If we go exactly by that, then we are well within our ambit. And I can say for a fact that we operate with the guidelines of the PURC, especially in extending power to private customers and also industry whenever they apply for those services.
But yes, I mean, but the fact remains that you have a core mandate.
Yes.
Now, it's not as if when you supply me with electricity, it is at no cost to me. I end up paying just like the person who received this post at no cost. So shouldn't there be a system where even if I'm paying for it, it will be seen as pre-financing and you should have a way of paying back this monies to me?
So,
and just to, for instance, there are communities where erosions have even affected existing poles. And when they apply to UCG, they are told that they need to pay. Even the community, they are told that they need to pay for the poles.
Mr. Chair, if that's really the fact, then it's an anomaly and that has to be checked immediately for us to find the culprits. Then brings us back to the fact of the matter on the ground. Permit me to use this analogy. We, as a country and as the individuals living in this country, we tend to be shy of telling people how well we are doing. And in doing so, what that then happens is that the utility company is always playing catch up to the situation on the ground. For example, an area like Chado, the speed with which Chado has grown, ECG never envisaged that kind of growth. Again, Amasama, Oyarifa, the level of homes that have come up with this, within this short space of time, and the overloads these have led to the overloads on these transformers are astonishing. We have to now take steps to play catch up to them, to change, and then also to do some intensification jobs within these areas to provide them with the requisite stability of electricity. When this happens, it has to be a shared responsibility. Because it's not of the companies doing that we couldn't plan for you, but let's say in going to build, you had engaged the district assembly, you had engaged the right people for the requisite permits, ECG would have been informed. And when ECG is informed, ECG can plan accordingly. So with the ones that have to do with erosions and all of that, yes, I do agree. That's an anomaly that we have to address immediately. And if we find the culprits, we have to deal with them, even if they are within ECG. But with the other side, that has to do with how fast certain catchment areas are growing. I would say it's a shared responsibility. And at every given point in time, whatever fees or charges would have to conform with the rules of the PURC.
Mr. Dubik, I disagree with you, and I feel that as a limited liability company, you are in there to, make some profit, and and with your core mandate, you need to look at where the loads are. I mean, if, for instance, Chado is expanding and you need a lot more services in Chado, you don't expect the residents to be applying to you for you to give them bills to pay for polls. I think that because it is your duty to do that. But that said, I'll leave that to Chairman.
Mr. Chair, just to add, in as much as it is our duty, we are supposed to find these materials to actually complete the exercise. But the truth of the matter is, where does the responsibility start from and where does it end? So it's not profit-oriented for ECG, because if it was, we would be talking highly about how much or the fees that are being charged. But we do not charge the exact fees of how much those materials were procured.
Okay, Honorable Jifan.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to dovetail into OPK's question, only on Wednesday, my constituents were on the street demonstrating in Katu South because of the hikes and the cost of electricity now. I think that since the installation of the new system that you are using, there must be a problem, because a small house with maybe a fan and a TV and charging a phone can get a bill like almost 2,000 cedis. Same with meters and poles, as he's indicating. Those things are happening, and I'm wondering if you have plans of educating all of us in Ghana on what to expect, what has changed, because you and I have been living in this country for this long, and this has never happened before. So if it's happening now and we do not understand, I think that you should be explaining to us. Do you have any plans of educating us on why these things are happening? Thank you.
Yes, we do have, Mr. Chair, yes, we do have plans of educating, and we have started. We have actually engaged a few communities within the Volta region. We've done same within the central region, but from what you've said, we need to expand it and also intensify it. What we are realizing now is, what most people don't know is that meters do expire. Meters don't have a long lifespan. They do expire. So and it's something that is not the fault of the customer. So it's something that we now have to go out there and educate everybody very well. So now you have meters that were mechanically working, but now you are moving to meters that are properly electronic. So at some point with the mechanic meters, when you are charging your phone, it's free. But when you're on the electronic meter now, it sees everything. Its calibration is 0.5. So every single action you take in your home will reflect. And let's also not forget that the PURC has increased tariffs over the period to a total of almost 75%. So it's a conversation that has to be looked at in this holistic form, and the whole conversation of conservation of electricity should be brought back. So that's what we are looking at in terms of educating our customers and also making them aware that the mere fact that there's no plug in the wall socket doesn't mean that you should leave it on, because the mere fact you've left it on, it's reading, and you are not home. So these are the little things that our customers need to be educated upon for them to stop that, to know, so that their bills can be within their, what do you call it, they are within their budget.
The bills that are being sold, are you aware that individuals are selling meters in communities?
Yes, we are very aware. This has been this is one we even intercepted the whole truck coming in from Togo with meters that has been handed over to the Ghana Police Service for the requisite investigation. As for the issue on meters, we are doing our best to put together teams. To that extent, we even set up a directorate called the Investigations and Prosecutions Directorate. They have the core mandate working with the Ghana Police Service and the judiciary to prosecute these matters to the fullest. And so far, we are doing what we can do, but we still know that a lot more needs to be done. There are meters out there that do not belong to ECG. So there are people consuming power that we do not know of. This is what led us to do this Know Your Customer drive, where we are tagging each and every customer with a unique QR code. I don't know if you've noticed it on people's walls now. Every customer has a unique QR code, which is linked to the wood pole, your meter, and the distribution transformer where the power is given to you. These distribution transformers, we've already started metering them. There are about 35,000 in all within the ECG zone. We are vigorously metering all of them. So far, I think we are almost 2,500 deep into that. After this, this will lead to proper energy accounting and audit. So the sooner we get the requisite capital investment into ECG, the quicker we would know the viability of the state entity. Thank you.
Chairman, thank you very much.
No further
I
questions.
said thank
Honorable,
you. I was only thanking you, Chairman.
You don't need to say that.
And asking you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The earlier response you gave to some of the challenges you face, and you indicated that it has to do with Forex. So can you assure this committee that by the will of God, NDC comes to power in 2024 and manage to reduce the escalation rate at which the city is losing its value? Is it possible that some of these challenges, we were told the dollar was arrested.
Honorable, ask your question, please.
So if President Mahama is able to reduce the escalatory rate at which the dollar is run away from the city, is it possible that some of these challenges may be overcome? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I will not allow the MD to answer that question. The answer is in the affirmative. I can give you that assurance. Honorable member, that will be all for UCG. MD, thank you very much for coming. You are discharged.
Thank you.
Let's have a Bank of Ghana, VRA, Bank of Ghana, VRA. I'm taking them one here. No, you get up. Don't worry. You are still around. You just change your seats. No, you can. Let's have a Security and Exchange Commission, VRA, Bank of.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
All right, we'll start with Bank of Ghana. Kindly introduce yourselves to the committee.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. I'll start the introduction and my colleagues will introduce themselves. Honorable Chair, my name is Maxwell Opoku-Afari, First Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana.
My name is Charles Elias Rindolph, Director of Internal Audit.
My name is Stephen Amo, Corporate Management and Services Department.
Honorable Chair, my name is Peter Jackie Abuaji, Finance Department Assistant Director.
Honorable Chair, my name is Mercy Ampabenim, Assistant Director, Internal Audit Department.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Zachary Mumuni, Director, Financial Markets Department, Bank of Ghana.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is George Edusifa, Director of Finance.
Thank you very much for coming. You have 4 management issues, but we'll start with your financial performance. Paragraph 611 of the reports. We have your statement of comprehensive income for the year ended 31st December 2023. And you have reduced your losses from 60 billion in 2022 to 10.5 billion in 2023. This is the Bank of Ghana report, and it's a public information already that you'll be making losses. Per this trend, can you assure this committee that in 2024, if the trend, the way it's going, you will not make losses again? If you're able to reduce the loss from 60 billion to 10 billion, can you assure us that in 2024, it will be a profit?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And let me start by saying that the speed with which the loss reduced from 2022 to 2023 goes back to the core of the issue at stake. And I think this is an important opportunity for me to clarify that. Because if you look at it, from 2022, the biggest portion of the loss is not really coming from our operations. It's coming from as a result of the 50% haircut that the central bank took on behalf of stock of government debt. And here I'm putting emphasis on stock, meaning with this accumulation of government instruments that the central bank has been holding for years back. And as part of the DDEP, the Bank of Ghana had to take a 50% haircut. At the time of the DDEP in 2022, total government instrument stock that was being held by the central bank was 64.5 billion Ghana cedis. Out of this, we took a haircut of 50%, and that meant that we took a hit of 32.2 billion Ghana cedis. And then when the also was fair valued, which is part of the IFRS 9, the fair valuation meant that there must be an impairment or a fair valuation loss of 12.1 billion Ghana cedis, which is not coming from our operations, but coming from the debt exchange program that was introduced. When you add all together, it amounts to 44.4 billion Ghana cedis. In addition to that, there were marketable instruments. So these other stocks were not marketable. But the marketable instruments were the bonds and the other things that we're holding, that we also took a haircut of 4 billion Ghana cedis on that. If you add that to that, it amounts to 48.4 billion Ghana cedis. So out of that, in addition to this, there were cocoa board loans and securities that the central bank was holding, which also suffered a haircut of 50%, and that amounted to another 4.7 billion. If you put all together, Bank of Ghana took a haircut or a loss out of the DDEP of 54.5 billion Ghana cedis, and that explained the 60, a greater part of the 60. The rest were exchange valuation losses and exchange differences. So, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Chair, if you're coming from that perspective and you move to 2023, where the DDEP haircut is no longer there, clearly you're beginning to see the operations of Bank of Ghana coming to bear. And that moved us to the 10, and now moving from the 60 billion to the 10, to explain why we made a loss of 10. In 2022, the country, we had an inflation rate of 54%. In 2021, December, inflation of 12.6%. For inflation to jump from 12.6% to 54% in 1 year explains that something unusual, not consistent with the fundamentals, had happened. And for you to bring the inflation down from 54 to 22 at the end of 2023 requires a lot of liquidity management. And that shows there's an inverse relationship between bringing inflation down and the cost of your liquidity management. Cost of open market operations alone, out of the over 10 billion loss, was about 80%. About 8 billion, or a little over 8 billion, out of the 10 billion was the cost of open market operation, and the result is there to show. Managing liquidity and controlling aggregate demand was able to bring inflation down from 54% to 23% within a year, and that came at a cost. That of the 10 billion, we've seen open market operations, which we use to manage the liquidity, accounting for 80% of that. Now to your question, going into 24, as we are now, the objective is to get inflation to 15% at the end of December, plus or minus 2. And as we're on track to getting there, gradually we realize that the cost of open market operations will be reducing because we are no longer in the high inflation environment. We are moving into a low and stable inflation environment. So the cost will be reducing. And if that accounts for 80% of your cost, I wouldn't want to project, but what I can say is that gradually the cost of price stability is gradually going down, and the central bank should begin to see that that cost does not account for a bigger proportion of its, the outturn of its financial statements going forward.
So with all this explanation, who caused it? Who caused all this?
Honorable Chair, who caused what?
Who caused all that you have explained?
That's the outturn of the economy in 2022.
That's what I'm asking. Who caused the performance of the economy to go that bad?
The central bank was in 2022 trying to ensure that we pursue our mandate, and our mandate is price stability.
You said that
yes.
In 2021, December, the inflation was 12%.
Yes.
Then all of a sudden, 2022, it went to 54%.
Yes.
My question is, who caused it?
I will not be able to tell you who caused it.
You are Bank of Ghana.
Yes, I said I'll be able to tell you how we got there. And how we got there was that we got to the point where the country lost access to the international capital markets.
So we know who caused it, that you cannot have access to the international capital market. We know who caused it.
If you lose access to the international capital markets and you are having auction failures, that automatically begins to put pressure on the fundamentals in the economy. And the central bank had to go in there to perform its mandate, and that's precisely what we did.
So how much did you print in the year 2023?
I think it's important that, Honorable Chair, I explain the central bank's functions.
That is why I'm asking you.
Yeah, currency management. The central bank has a model that we use in determining how much money is printed at any point in time. And the model looks at key ingredients. One of them is the nominal GDP growth for the year. Another one is the cocoa purchase forecast that has been made for the year, because the cocoa is bought mainly with cash. And then other factors come in. And those factors go in, and then we also have a clean note policy. So the existing notes that are in the system, those that do not meet the clean note policy do not come back into the system. And I think at a point I was here some time back, and I invited the committee to see our currency processing system to understand the cleanliness and the importance of the currency processing system. So if they do not come back into the system, combining that with the forecast determines how much new money should come into the system to ensure that we meet the degree of exchangeability that's required for us to be able to transact business in the country. And that determines how much money is printed at any point in time.
So that is why I asked, how much did you print in 2023, taking all these factors into consideration?
I think that will be seated somewhere deep in the statements, and if you have it, you can. Yeah. How much? 688 million Ghana cedis, and in 2022 was what? 336, yes. 336 million Ghana cedis in 2022, and 688 million Ghana cedis in 2023.
That is all you printed?
Yes, please.
Really?
Honorable Chair, that's exactly what happened.
Mm. Well, I won't argue about that, but I know the figures are different. Let's go to the next one.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Paragraph 618, Honorable Jifa.
Chair. This is in relation with agreements that have not been made. There's an admission that to address a certain situation in the country, there was need to have a relationship with PMMC. The bank engaged the Precious Minerals Marketing Company to purchase and sell gold without a formal agreement between the bank and the PMMC. The auditors recommended that you regularize this by establishing a formal agreement. Have you done this?
Honorable Chair, the agreement has been signed.
Will the auditors please confirm?
Honorable Chair, they have the agreement now. Thank you.
Chair, I defer to you to ask whether what the BOG did is not disobeying their own rules and regulations as a bank.
You don't need to defer to me. You can ask yourself.
No, I'm deferring to you because of your expertise.
No, you are trying. You ask. Throw the question to them.
So, in admission, you are saying that you have gone against the laws that set you up to have this transaction without an agreement. And we're not talking small money, right?
Honorable Chair, I'm not sure if I've admitted to that. You asked me a question if the agreement has been signed.
It's in the report, which a copy of which you have.
So I think I'll have the opportunity to explain what happened.
Please do that.
Yeah, Bank of Ghana introduced the gold purchasing program. And gold purchasing program is part of our reserve management operations, by which we are mandated to do as a country. And so, and if you look at the composition of the reserves of the central bank, it includes so many things, including gold. And we took a decision to increase the component of gold that we hold in the country, which has remained at 8 tons for a long time, and we started increasing it so that it gives us room to be able to have derivatives in times of challenges, to be able to have derivatives on the pack of gold to get liquidity to be able to manage the currency. So that was ongoing, and that was deeply seated with all agreements in place as part of our reserve management program that we are mandated to do as a central bank, for which we do not need any agreement in place. Then in the time of the crisis, because that's why I'm explaining, because there's a distinction between the gold for reserves and gold for oil. Then the time when we needed to manage the oil import, we had a gold for oil that came in. That came in at a crucial time when the crude oil prices were going up, when the BDCs were having a forward rate that was impacting on the export prices. So we used the gold purchasing program to be able to purchase more gold for oil, and had an MOU with PMMC to be able to do that. Now, as that happened in the time of the crisis, then we started the process of having formal agreements, which we started discussing with PMMC and all the others involved. That is what the auditors picked up, to say that the MOU was not sufficient and it has to be moved to a formal gold purchase program, because this is a deviation from the gold purchase program for reserves. So once we have a gold for oil as a separate operation, we should have a formal agreement for which we put in place the process, and that agreement has been signed.
Chair, if I'm hungry and you have food in front of you, and because I say I'm hungry and I pick it and I eat it, is it mine? So naturally, there are things that we can do, but there are laws that regulate us. And I'm saying to you that, have you not gone against your own laws by starting this and then now being told that you should come and do this? And how do you guarantee that this will not happen again?
Mr. Chairman, we have structures in place to ensure this doesn't happen. But Mr. Chairman, I want to also emphasize that the central bank has been mandated to ensure price stability and financial stability. And the central bank has to take every decision that it has to take possible to ensure that we don't have disorderly collapse in the financial sector. And that's precisely what the central bank did. And we did that with an MOU, and that has been upgraded to an agreement. But we have a mandate to ensure that we do not have disorderly unwinding of the financial sector and also on price stability. And we went on our mandate and performed our mandate.
Chair,
So you can now defer to me. So,
Chair.
Deputy Governor, do you operate under the Public Financial Management Act at 921 of 2016?
Chairman. Honorable Chair, yes.
So let me read section 7 of the Act. It says that a principal spending officer shall, in the exercise of duties under this Act, establish an effective system of risk management, internal control, and internal audit in respect of the resources and transactions of a covered entity. You have the mandate to have goal for reserve. When you are going for goal for oil program, did you know that there is a need for an agreement or a contract in order to mitigate any risk that will be associated with that program before you enter into that?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think at the beginning of my response, I actually addressed this issue in the sense that the reserve management framework that we have at the central bank is very consistent to the section of the PFM Act you read, because that framework ensures that all risks are mitigated and all risks are controlled. And the gold purchasing program is being handled in that framework. So gold for reserves is being handled in that framework, and gold for oil is being handled in that framework. What the auditors picked up was that they thought that the gold for oil also involved other entities, which is different from. So instead of the MOU, which they thought legally was not binding, it was not on that part of the risk. They wanted us to upgrade it to a full gold purchase agreement, which PMMC was doing already under the gold for reserves. They were buying it within the same framework. So they were buying it, and the part they were buying within the same framework would then be used for the gold for oil in times of crisis. So the risk framework that we were operating in were the same, either under the gold for oil, for reserves, or gold for oil. That hasn't changed. So it has been consistent to the PFM Act. We have upgraded the MOU to a full agreement to be able to ensure that that specific special project for gold for oil has a separate agreement with PMMC. But in terms of its operations, they were operating under the same framework.
So the auditors were right by asking you to make it a full agreement.
Oh yes,
which
we
you also accepted.
We agreed, and we have done that.
So my question was that at the time you were doing the gold for oil, didn't you know that you should have a full agreement with the PPMC or IPMC? What is the name?
PMMC.
Yeah. PMMC.
What I'm saying, that I think the act you read is talking about mitigating risk.
Yeah, of course. Of course, definitely there will be risk associated with the gold for oil program.
And we were doing the same thing within the same risk framework that manages our reserves and manages the entire gold purchase program. So that's why I started by saying we have a gold purchase program, and there are two arms under the gold purchase program, gold for reserves and gold for oil.
Okay. Paragraph 627, Honorable Frida.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The infraction is on the consistent defaults of Ghana Cocoa Board loans. It's quite long, from 627, 628 to 639. The auditors noted that Cocoa Board has consistently defaulted on loan facilities granted by the Bank of Ghana. They also cited a letter dated 25th April 2023 from the Ghana Cocoa Board to the Bank of Ghana in respect of their intended payment plan for its loan facilities with the bank. Can you confirm the current status of this loan recovery? Have you recovered the loan from Cocoa Board?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will start by saying that Bank of Ghana is not exposed to Cocoa Board to the tune of over 8 billion. And I think I saw that in the statement, and I wanted to clarify that. There are two different transactions here. There is a little over 6 billion Ghana cedis that came as a result of Cocoa Board bills that they've issued, and in the time of the crisis, we were expecting a potential default similar to the government of Ghana bills, and the central bank came in to ensure that the auction system does not lead to a domestic default, which is standard practice based on the way the auction has been designed. And that, anytime it happens, Cocoa Board pays back immediately. But in times of the crisis, the payback delayed, and it's accumulated to 6.8 billion. During the debt exchange, the government of Ghana took over that auction failure and has issued bonds and taken over Cocoa Board's exposure to Bank of Ghana, and bonds have been issued to clear that. So that's no longer an exposure to Cocoa Board. So that over 6.8 billion is no longer an exposure to Cocoa Board. What was left was a loan of 1.9 billion Ghana cedis that was given to Cocoa Board in 2013 at the interest rate of 6%. And that loan was not performing. And that's what Cocoa Board wrote about, saying that they want to restructure it. So we restructured it and ensured that they started paying the interest of that loan, and the principal and amortization was deferred to start paying in October 2024 and to finish paying in September 2025. So as we speak now, Cocoa Board is honoring that obligation by paying the interest on that loan that was given in 2013, and in October 2024, they will start amortizing that loan. At the moment, the balance on that loan is moved from 1.9 billion down to 1.3 billion. So total exposure of Bank of Ghana to Cocoa Board is only limited to the 1.3 billion Ghana cedis loan that was issued in 2013, but not over 8 billion. So I wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Before I proceed, can the auditors confirm the discrepancies in the figures?
Honorable Chair, there's no discrepancies. It's only that we have 6.8 billion and 1.3 billion, who makes up the 8.2 billion. What it's saying is that the 6.8 has been taken over by government, and the 1.3 is now being honored. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So what plans have you put in place to ensure that you have clear repayment plans in the future?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As I said, the repayment is happening. As we speak today, Cocoa Board is paying the interest on that 1.3 outstanding, and the amortization will start in October 2024. So we are on course in terms of servicing of this exposure of 1.3 billion. Thank you very much.
Chairman, as part of their response, they stated that the risk of temporary overdraft in the event of an uncovered auction. The exceptional market conditions in 2022 and the DDEP created significant uncertainties. What can you explain to us what you mean by exceptional market conditions that accounted for this?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think that was what I explained earlier on, that given the situation we had in 2022, similar to the government instruments where they were having auction failures, Cocoa Board was also not able to honor its cocoa bills. And as I said earlier on, the Bank of Ghana has a responsibility to ensure that we maintain financial stability. We are the managers of the auction system. The auction system has been designed to automatically ensure that maturities are paid. And when that happens, it doesn't lead to default. And we want, it's important that the central bank prevents a disorderly default. And by preventing a disorderly default and disorderly unwinding of the crisis in 2022, to ensure that at any point in time, the auction does not fail on the part of Cocoa Board. And that's precisely what we did. And that is the special circumstances. Since then, the cocoa bills that were outstanding has been taken over by the government, and the government has paid it with the loans in terms of the, and Cocoa Board is honoring, has also restructured their cocoa bills with the commercial banks and other individuals that were holding it, and they are being serviced. So that is not creating any auction failures anymore in the system.
My last question is on the overdraft. You said it's under negotiation. What's the current status now?
Please, if you can clarify which overdraft.
You stated under 639, currently the overdraft is under negotiations to be subjected to restructuring under the DDEPs. That's what I'm referring to. What overdraft are you talking about?
So that was the 6.8 aspect that I said the government has taken over as part of the DDEP, and they had a 50% haircut on that. That's why I said that that contributed to the loss of 60 billion, and the rest has been paid using the new bonds that were issued to other holders of government bonds. So that has been sorted. That's why I wanted to clarify that the headline that BOG is exposed to Cocoa Board to the tune of 8.8, a little over 8 billion, 8.2 is not entirely reflective of the situation, in the sense that BOG is only exposed to Cocoa Board to the tune of the 1.3 billion loan that is outstanding.
That has been captured here. Thank you. Chairman, that will all be. Thank you.
All right, so auditors, the correction made by the Deputy Governor, is that a case? That the exposure is only 1.3 million?
Honorable Chair, the breakdown is even in the report. Thank you.
Yeah, I've seen it, but I want you to confirm that the 10-year loan facility of 1.3 is only the exposure of Bank of Ghana to the Cocoa Board.
Honorable Chair, for the cocoa bills retirement, we know it has been taken over by government, and what is left is the 1.3.
So my last question, is that the only amount that Bank of Ghana is exposed to Cocoa Board?
Honorable Chair, yes.
That is the answer I want. All right. Paragraph 640, Honorable Teddy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this has got to do with agreement with the Bank of International Settlement. Now, the auditor says there was a lack of formal agreement on the gold swap transaction with your counterparty, which is the Bank for International Settlement. And per the management response, they assured us that by the anniversary, which is November 2024, there is going to be that agreement. I want to know what the current state of agreement is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Currently, BIS is going through due diligence, and once that is done, that will be cleared. But what happened was that swaps are standard reserves management operations, and it was being done under the ISDA, which is the International Swaps and Derivatives Association Agreement, and that normally takes care of very short-term swap transactions, and then that is corrected. And that we have introduced that in Bank of Ghana. We have both the GEMRA and the ISDA, and that was how we were managing the gold swaps. What happened in this particular case is that even though it was short-term, we had persistent rollover. And the moment you have persistent rollover, then the auditors are right to make sure that you then come out with a formal agreement, because it has then moved from the short-term to more than short-term. And so that's what we have triggered the process. We agreed with them. We've triggered the process. Clearly, they have to do their due diligence, and they are doing that. And we expect that the new agreement that will take care of more medium to longer term swap agreements on gold will be in place before the November deadline.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think I yield to you, Mr. Chairman, but before November, I hope it will be done. Thank you very much.
Auditors, can you confirm about the issue that you raised on the agreement?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm that they are in the process of getting the agreement. Thank you.
The last one for Bank of Ghana, paragraph 650, Honorable Akosi Konedu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this has to do with a dedicated bank account for the G4O transactions, and to be able to fulfill your mandates under Section 7 of Act 921. Special projects, according to the auditors, would also require you to have dedicated bank accounts for them, for easy tracking, accounting purposes, and auditing purposes, and mitigating the risk that will be associated with that. So it required you to have a specialized account for that. You agreed to that and promised that you are even in line trying to have one with an offshore account in Dubai with the First Abu Dhabi Bank and Citibank. What is the status of this account?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think this question is also related to the earlier question on having a separate agreement. The gold purchase program has an umbrella account, and that is used for the gold for reserves, and in times of the crisis was also used for the gold for oil. So the account the auditors are referring to here is the offshore account, where we receive the proceeds from the gold that has been purchased. And both of them were being received into the same gold purchase program account. And the auditors insisted, rightly, that we need to split the gold for reserves account from the gold for oil account, which we agreed and started the process with Citibank, and I think we're on course in finalizing that account, and that should be done very shortly. By August ending, yeah. It should be done by the end of this month. So it's related to the earlier question in terms of the dynamics, but we agreed fully with the auditors that we needed to have dedicated accounts for that, which we have done.
Are we still doing gold for oil?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Yes, the Gold for Oil program is on track, and the reason why the risk for the separate account is mitigated somehow is that the central bank's participation in terms of financial contribution to the Gold for Oil is capped, and nothing more is being added to that. So it is the receivables that are coming from within that cap amount that is being used to continue to finance the Gold for Oil program. So yes, it's on track.
With the finalization of the account with Citibank and the rest, are you in line with the auditors and give them constant updates as to formalizing these accounts?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we do, and we'll finish them with the final statement as soon as the account is opened and finalized.
And my last one, with the capping of the Gold for Oil account, is it by the Bank of Ghana or is it by government of Ghana in terms of capping the amount that will be used for that program?
This is part of our risk management program to ensure that the bank is not overexposed to this special project. And this was also agreed as part of the IMF program. So it's being monitored consistently to ensure that not a single CD is added to the amount that was capped. And so that's between us and the IMF. We both agree that BOG should not continue to be overexposed to in terms of the Gold for Oil project. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, that'll be all for them. Mr. Chairman, Kofi doesn't have one.
All right, that'll be all for Bank of Ghana. We want to thank you for coming. You are discharged.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and members.
Let's have VRA. VRA, are they in? Okay. Have we taken the oath already? Okay, kindly sit down and introduce yourself. Where is the Deputy Minister? Okay, if VRA is not ready, let's have SEC is also SEC. SEC is here, so I'll take SEC. So the Minister of Finance, Deputy Minister, you can join the table. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. I am Reverend Daniel Ogbamitete, Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission. My colleagues will introduce themselves.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Paul Abibio, Deputy Director General for Finance at the SEC.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Richard Ruthven, Head of Finance and Capital. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Deborah Mause Ajimfa, Deputy Director General Legal, Securities and Exchange Commission.
You have introduced yourself already, so there's no need. All right, thank you very much. SEC, you have only one issue, which is a management issue, but your financial performance. What happened before your operating revenue jumped by 185.5% between 2022 and 2023. What really happened? Can you explain that figure?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. So the main driver for this huge improvement is the fee we got from review of prospectuses. If you look at the lines of in the Act, the fees that we can collect, one line is when we review prospectuses of issuances to the market, equity or debt issuances, so on and so forth. And in 2023, we had an exceptional income coming from that line, from issuances in the negotiable certificate of deposit line. So that's what caused a big jump. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So it means that in 2023, more companies issue shares.
So, Mr. Chair, it's more of fixed income, NCDs, non-negotiable certificates of deposit.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right, so that resulted in your deficit position. You have changed from 6 million in 2022 to 22 million surplus. And that is commendable. How is it looking like in 2024?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the management issue that came out in this particular audit would be the reason for where our performance currently is. Because as at half year, we are below our budgeted revenue projection, because a key contributor of our income, which is the fees on pension assets, hasn't come through. So in terms of, I believe we projected 36 million for our budget for half year, the revenue. But what has come in is around 20 million. So we are clearly behind our budget, and it's because for the current year, the key driver of our inflows hasn't been triggered yet.
Okay. So that brings us to the next, the management issue. The auditors are saying that this anomaly is as a result of your inability to complete negotiations. Have you now completed negotiations with the stakeholders?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have done a number of negotiations with the stakeholders, including the National Pensions Regulatory Authority, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations, and then other relevant stakeholders. Mr. Chairman, at a point, it became evident that even though the Fees and Charges Act had recognized that SEC should participate in the fee, the rendition wasn't very clear. You can find a rendition on page 1802 of the Fees and Charges Act relating to NPRA. It wasn't clear that our portion was to be embedded in the 2.5% cap. So basically we had to push for a change in the rendition. We engaged the stakeholders, including NPRA, and the agreement was that NPRA needed to submit to the Ministry of Finance through their sector ministry. Unfortunately, we were unable to get them to do that submission, before the amendment that the ministry pushed was forwarded. So our next line of action, with the support of our ministry, before the end of the year, in the next cycle of amendment or update of the Fees and Charges Act, that correction would be made so that the implementation would not be translated as an increase in the overall 2.5% cap, which has been set. So it's really the rendition, and we couldn't get NPRA to submit in time for the MOF to also push it. So basically, we are on course, and we are hoping that by the end of the year, the anomaly will be rectified. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm not sure you can rectify before the end of, or by the end of the year, because recently the Fees and Charges Amendment Act has been brought to Parliament. The committee was working on it. I'm not sure that has been passed yet. So if you are not part of this, then you can't be part of any before the end of the year. I'm not sure Minister of Finance will come again before the end of the year with any amendment. So be thinking about next year or a year after next year.
Mr. Chair, you are very right. We are aware that we missed the window.
Yes.
We're just hoping that before the end of the year, we'll get the NPRA to make the submission so that for next year, that correction will be made, and then we can start receiving the inflows from the fees on.
So you are changing from by the end of the year to next year?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right. So that will be all for you. You are discharged.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Let's now have Vieri. Vieri, kindly introduce yourselves now.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Okay, so they will introduce themselves. Okay. Mr. Chair, my name is Paul Otu Senieja, Director Finance, VRE.
Honorable Chair, my name is Michael Eji, Acting Manager, Financial Accounting, VRE.
Mr. Chair, my name is Miriam Dake, Director Commercial Services, VRE.
So you don't have the Chief Executive here? Where is he?
He was supposed to be here, but I don't know, we're trying to reach him. We're not getting through him. But I'm sure the finance director is in a good position to answer the questions.
All right. We have VRA. We have VRA Health Services Limited. Are they under you? The Health Services Limited.
Mr. Chair, Health Services subsidiary, so they will have their own section.
You have their own. What of the Valco Trust Fund?
It's also a separate entity.
They're also separate?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it means that we have only one management issue, and ranking member will take the financial performance, paragraph 426. Paragraph 426.
Thank you, Chairman. VRA, your financials is not doing too good. You move from a a surplus of 110 million to 80 million. What accounted for the drop?
Mr. Chairman, it's largely due to two things. The first one has to do with the financial expenses. In the course of last year, where there were emergencies, we had to buy DFO to support the system. And we normally use LCs to basically as a financial instrument for such a transaction. Now, on maturity, if you're not able to build enough cash, then we have to term it out as a short-term facility. So those interests that we habitually accrued, which we had not planned for, actually caused the increase in the financial expense. And secondly, the exchange loss. As at year-end 2022, the dollar to the CD was around 8, and then as at year-end 2023, it was around 11. And so that difference also threw in exchange losses, which actually hit on the bottom line.
Can you repeat your explanation for the financial expenses? I didn't get it very well.
The financial expenses, Mr. Chairman, if you look at the accounts, you see that it's increased significantly to around 184 million Ghana cedis.
Yeah.
And the financial expenses are basically the interest that we pay on short-term, medium-term, and long-term facilities.
Okay.
And then, but if you look at the breakdown in the notes to the accounts, you realize that there was a significant increase in respect of the short-term facility. And that is what I was explaining. That was due to some facilities that we secured from the banks, which we basically had to term out as a short-term loan to be able to pay those facilities on maturity. And so, for example, if I establish an LC of $20 million, on maturity, if I'm not able to pay the 20 million, and I'm able to build out, let's say, 10 million, the extra 10 million would then be termed out as a short-term facility. And the interest that I have to incur on that additional 10 million is what will go into the financial expenses.
Yeah, I know what can constitute a financial expenses. But what has changed? This thing you are talking about, is it not the same way you have been operating for years? What is the cost of the difference between 2022 and 2023?
Mr. Chairman, largely we run on gas for our operations, and we don't run on diesel or liquid fuel for our operations. And so because we run on gas, which are basically, we get a credit which we pay on maturity or when the invoices are sent to us, we don't plan for DFO. And so when the DFO came in as an emergency, we then have to establish basically facilities.
What is DFO?
Distillate fuel oil or diesel.
Yeah, continue.
So we had to establish facilities or letters of credit, basically to be able to finance the purchase of those DFOs. And that is what happened in the course of the year. So these are things that we had not planned for.
So you are saying that you changed from running on gas to changing on diesel. Is that what you are saying?
We had to do diesel in the course of 2023, which we had not done in the course of 2022.
And that is more expensive.
And that's very expensive, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. So, so if I understand you well, the diesel itself was expensive, and the financing of it was also expensive.
Exactly.
Okay. And then your exchange losses is a huge 591 million. 591 million. The previous one was 315 million. You can see that virtually all your money is going to financial losses. What are you doing about it?
Mr. Chairman, there are basically two things driving the exchange losses, which is the revaluation of the receivables and payables, and that is one end. And the other is the long-term loans, or the loans that when we value the loans at the end of the year, those also through exchange losses. And for the loans, so long as you are paying down on the loan facilities, those losses will keep on going down. But we had to procure some loans basically for the project that we undertook, the solar projects that we undertook in the north, Kalio, Laura, and then some other loans that we have procured for the core major retrofit. So the long-term loans had gone up. And so once the loans have gone up, and these are very long-term loans with about 5-year moratorium, and so once you book the principal, until you start paying the interest, then you have to revalue every year, and that goes up because of the exchange
I
rate.
understand how you exchange losses arise, but I'm asking you, what are you doing about it to reduce it? That's my question.
Mr. Chairman, so long as once we start paying down on these facilities, and for the short-term loans, we make sure that we pay down within a year. For the medium-term loans, we have some facilities that we are paying down over a certain period. And so long as we are paying down on those facilities, the exchange losses will come down. It is not when we are not paying down on those facilities that it will keep on going up.
Okay, Chairman, I'm done.
All right, so the next one is paragraph 436. Vice Chairman will take it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Now we are talking about power sale and purchase agreement to your bulk customers. Drixworth, what is the status of the agreement?
Mr. Chairman, my colleague, the Director Commercial, will handle that.
Mr. Chair, with drill works, in the contract engagement process, the negotiation takes some time. We were not seeing, we gave them some time to come to us so we could close out on it. The time elapsed as of July 31st, they did not come back to us. So we have issued a disconnection notice to them, and GRIDCO will disconnect them within the next.
What about Savannah Diamond Company?
Savannah Diamond, we continued and concluded, and so we have signed the agreement. We have given a copy to the auditors today.
What about Valco?
The Valco negotiations has been a bit protracted because of the tariffing issue. Currently, there's a tariff that Valco pays. And I mean, going forward with the revamped Valco, the idea was to revise the tariff so that it comes in line with what maybe manufacturing companies are paying. That has been contextual. We are still on Valco, still engaging them. We have not concluded that one.
How much longer on the agreement?
We are looking at using our best efforts to conclude before the close of the year.
Because the close of the day?
Yeah.
Okay, because when you tell us that we are working on it, sometimes it could take about 5, 10, 15 years. So by the end of the year, okay, auditors, please keep an eye on it. Hopefully by the end of the year, the agreement will be there. What about Owari Mines?
I think we had a similar challenge with Owari Mines. So Owari showed some commitments at the time we were engaging, better than draw work. So we delayed issuing the disconnection notice. But till now, the Owari is also not coming through to sign the agreement. So we've given them up to September 13th, after which we will disconnect the power to them.
Auditors, could you confirm any of these things she said?
Yeah, Honorable Chairman, out of the 4, it's Savannah Diamond Company that the agreement has been signed. And we also cited notices to Drillworks for the disconnection. Thank you. That'll be all for VRA. You are discharged. Let's have Bui Power, State Interest and Governance Authority, SEGA, COVID-19 Trust Fund, BOST, Petroleum Commission, Valco, and VRA Health Services Limited.
Bible in your right hand and then to the... So you repeat after me. I do in the name of the Almighty God swear
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
All right.
Let's start with Petroleum Commission. Petroleum Commission, kindly introduce yourself.
Respectfully, Chairman, my name is Egbert Fable Jr., Chief Executive Officer, Petroleum Commission.
Vincent Yankee, Director of Finance.
Richard Anani, Manager, Internal Audit.
Mr. George Adimotin, Deputy Director of Finance.
Edward Kudite, Manager, Procurement.
Thank you very much for coming. Petroleum Commission, you have about 4 management issues. And looking at your financial performance, you continue to make deficits, which are actually losses. You have increased your deficit from 23 million in 2021 to 34 million, about 47.8% deficits, which is not good. Even though your ratio, your current ratio is good, you're actually making deficits. What are you doing to turn over this trend?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. These deficits that you talk about arise mainly from the impacts of COVID-19. As we all know, the Petroleum Commission is a regulatory body that is mandated to, among others, ensure cost-efficient utilization of Ghana's hydrocarbon resources. At all material times, the Commission, prior to COVID, has been living on permits from the industry. So between the international oil companies that you see in Ghana and the international service companies, as well as indigenous Ghanaian companies, once there's activities in our upstream space, they come for permits. Now, when COVID struck and the restrictions on movements came, indeed, globally also the trend was that energy transition issues and the rest. And so financing for exploration and production activities also took a nosedive. And so all of these combined impacted our operations. Presently, we are seeing a rebound because of the movement away from the impacts of COVID-19. And so if I can generally speak to what has occasioned what you've just said, Mr. Chairman, it is because of these factors and no other considerations. But maybe I'll ask my Director of Finance to also share some perspectives on the matter. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very, very much. Honorable Chair, as the Chief Executive mentioned, this was peculiar because in 2021, 2022, those were the first years that the Commission experienced deficits. In 2023, it's actually turned into a surplus again, and 2024 looks quite good. So you could clearly tell that it's that impact that the Chief Executive mentioned.
when you look at your personnel emolument for 2021 and 2022, that is taking the chunk of your income. 2022, your personnel emolument alone is 67.8 million Ghana cedis, whilst your internally generated fund was only 41.7 million. Your receipt from operation, 20 million, grant and sponsorship, 4 million, investment income, 4 million, and other income, 6,000. That gives you a total of 83.2 million Ghana cedis. And personnel emolument alone is taking 67 of that. Don't you think that the chunk of your income is going to that, and that is not good?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It may appear to be so, but we are confronted with a situation where we are part of the public services of the Republic. And so as public sector wages see increments, obviously our staff will also ask to benefit from this. So we appreciate the concern, but I can assure this chairman and members of the committee that we are still focused on our mandate. We continue to ensure that Ghana gets efficiency in its upstream oil and gas operations. And so we will continue to deliver on our mandate. We will take seriously some of these concerns that you've raised and ensure that we stabilize the situation as far as personnel emoluments are concerned.
Did you say that once the public sector or receive salary increment, you also have to receive, even though if you don't have the resources to pay?
Not necessarily so, but we have, for instance, in the past, gone through a situation where for about 2 or 3 years, about 3 years, there was no increment of staff salaries at the commission. And this was under my watch, actually.
I just did a computation. About 81% of your total income is gone into payment of personnel emolument. 81% in 2022.
Man, I'll ask my director of finance to provide the updates as to why that situation, respectfully.
Honorable Chair, as we mentioned, it's actually peculiar as far as 2022, 2021 is concerned. There's a line on the income statement that says receipts from operations. Yes, in fact, that is a major chunk of our income. And if you look at 2023, 2024, realize that it's moved from about 20 million to about 60 million in 2023. Basically, that is the receipts from our operations, data licensing and all that. In 2021 and 2022, because of the embargo on travel and all that, no company, no international oil company came to Ghana to license data. However, the commission has rebound, and so this employment cost actually it's actually a fraction of that income that the commission annually receives. So the receipts from operations alone is able to foot our income, aside the internally generated funds. Yeah.
So if we look at 2023 performance, you will not have any deficits.
It's actually a surplus. In fact, the audited account shows a surplus.
A surplus.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Paragraph 385. Failure to resume duty after leave with pay, 286,000 855 Ghana cedis. One Miss Kukwa Krensel, who was a contract administration officer of the local content department. This lady was granted a 9 months to pursue a 9-month bar practice course at the University of Law of the United Kingdom. So virtually she refused to, or she failed to resume work after the leave. The total amount you spend on her is 286,854.87. The auditors have recommended to management to confirm. She actually submitted a medical report from a certified medical officer to inform management that she wasn't well. So you are to confirm the medical condition of Ms. Kukwa. Also, management is advised to recover the total amount from her or her guarantors in the event that she failed to justify her reason for not returning after completing the course. Have you taken any action on this recommendation?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So I'm able to report that in that particular instance, we suspended her monthly salaries, and thereafter she has reported to work, and the auditors will be able to confirm that indeed she has reported to work.
So she's at work now?
That is so, Mr. Chairman.
But the period that she claimed that she wasn't well, have you been able to confirm that also?
That is so, Mr. Chairman. We've been able to confirm that.
Auditors, can you also confirm the confirmation?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm the confirmation. Thank you.
All right, let's move to paragraph 363. Honorable Afrifa.
Thank you, Chairman. Outstanding accounts receivable, 50,037,809. According to the auditors, between January 2017 to December 2022, Springfield Exportation and Production Company would the commission a total of the amount I quoted. What is the status of it as at now? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So on this, I'm also able to report that we've engaged with Springfield, and as we speak, there is a final meeting that we have with Springfield for them to come up with a payment plan to enable them meet their obligations. It's all as a result, Mr. Chairman, if I can say so, of the difficulties that the industry experienced when COVID struck. It impacted a lot of these companies in certain ways that I wouldn't want to go into, but they haven't said that they do not owe. They've consistently agreed with us and have actually come up with all engagements that have culminated in an understanding that they'll be submitting a repayment plan to us shortly. I believe by the end of this month, that repayment plan should come
in. Thank you. Per the PMF Act and your Petroleum Commission Regulation 3, the Regulation 3 provides that a contractor or operator shall, before the commencement of petroleum production, pay in respect of the permit and based on the submitted production profile, the fees specified in Part 6 of the second schedule in the case of an indigenous Ghanaian company, this company would use from 2017 to 2020. Are you not adhering to your own rules that set up the commission, or the act that governs the commission, the regulation that governs the commission?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So on this, I would say that the commission is one agency that would never renege on its responsibilities to the laws of the Republic and, for that matter, the people of Ghana. What has happened in this instance is that you have an indigenous Ghanaian company come up to you to say, look, I have this obligation to you. Can you give me a little time to pay? And then as we go on, all kinds of impacts come in. COVID, as I've mentioned, came in. And thereafter, it's also had issues with respect to its own operations, if I can say so. And so what we've done is to consistently remind them of this obligation. The matters in issue presently are that it's either we go to court to ensure the payment, but we also feel that, I mean, that is not the best way to go. We will keep talking to them. And I can say on record that they've not reneged. They haven't said that they will not pay. What they've said is that they are coming up with a payment plan. And so I can assure this committee that I believe that by the end of this year, we would have gotten the said payment, due us.
Chairman, thank you. Your explanation and the management response that you give, can you explain the management report that the auditors captured in the report for
Very
me
well.
to?
So the management report from the auditor said we recommended that management should take the necessary steps to recover the
response.
Our
Your
response.
response, yes.
Okay. So several reminders on the demand notice have been issued to Springfield EMP Limited.
362. Management explained.
Oh, sorry.
Because we are talking about
Sorry.
Springfield, but you.
Okay. So let me, with your kind permission, Mr. Chairman, if I may read. So management explained in its response that the commission had completed negotiations with the Jubilee partners, leading to the signing of an MOU where the parties will pay a specified amount every year in respect of the Jubilee and 10 producing fields. The Ghana National Petroleum Corporation paid $400,000 to the commission and made an additional commitment to pay $100,000 monthly against the ExxonMobil training and technology arrears. The commission will engage ENI in the coming days along the lines of the Jubilee partners. The commission will continue to pursue Springfield for the amount in the coming months. Thank you.
Chairman, thank you, but I wanted the response that he gave to be here instead of bringing a lot of organizations, the GMPC and others in. But I'm satisfied with the answer. Thank you, Chairman.
I'm not sure I'm satisfied with the answer. And my first observation is that the response here, which was read by the Chief Executive, I'm not sure whether it relates to the issue we are talking about. Because we are talking about indebtedness of Springfield, and the response is about, Jubilee Field.
So thank you very much, Chairman. I was led on into that from the honorable member who asked the question. He asked that I read it. Otherwise, generally, I had spoken to the status of matters with Springfield.
So can you explain how that is the recorded response from your organization? Because that is the one the auditors have recorded.
That is so. So from what I just read, it captures a number of entities that are exposed to the commission, for which we've made various arrangements, of which Springfield is one. And so in reading it, I believe that that particular paragraph just captures in one fell swoop all the issues with respect to companies or entities that are exposed to the commission, respectfully.
So, Chief Executive, it means that if I take your response in paragraph 368, I think I'll take the last sentence to be your response, actually. But you are trying to justify the last sentence by preceding it with all the long talk before the last sentence. The last sentence is, the commission will continue to pursue Springfield for the amount in the coming months.
That is so. Mr. Chairman, I'm adding them with you on that.
You agree with me on that?
That is so.
Okay.
Have you gotten a written down plan of payment? Because I
Respectfully,
thought that should not be a difficult thing to do.
Respectfully,
I didn't get the impression that you have anything done.
Respectfully, Chairman, so as I indicated, we have concluded these engagements with them, and they now have the obligation of submitting the...
You have a responsibility to instructing it.
That is so, and we'll pursue them for it, be assured.
I'm not impressed.
Very well.
Because it's been since 2017.
That is so.
And that plan at least should be there.
That is so. Mr. Chairman, we have had various engagements and letters back and forth.
But let me ask you, are they the only people who are owing you?
No.
Or having challenges in paying you?
No, Mr. Chairman.
So why this particular one? Or they are the most notorious?
No, I wouldn't say they are the most notorious. I think that it is the auditors who, even though others have been mentioned, it appears that the others have at least made efforts to reduce the indebtedness, except that in that particular instance, nothing has come in yet, though we have apprised the auditors that we are at very serious and critical levels of engagement with the management of that entity, and that hopefully, by the end of the year, they would have amortized.
I will urge you to, really double your effort, because I'm not convinced that if for maybe 4 years they have not paid anything, you can be hopeful of this amount being paid. We have not paid anything for 4 years.
So Mr. Chairman, I want to assure you that the Commission will ensure that the debt is paid to it. I want to assure you that by the end of this year, we will get it.
Chairman, okay, thank you.
Is the company still in Ghana and operating?
That is so. It is a very reputable company.
I think that the debt has aged, and I think something must be done about it.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with you.
Let's move to paragraph 369. Honorable Mutala.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, I think we move from the news file explanation to chief vandal explanation now. The infraction is drilling and installation of boreholes not executed. About 350,000 Ghana cedis was spent as part payment for your corporate social responsibility on the 4th of July 2022 to Cherpone District Assembly for the drilling and installation of 20 boreholes for the selected communities in the district. When the auditors visited the district in May 2023, and they noted that the project had not commenced 11 months after the release of the funds to the contractor. The Assembly awarded the contract to Messe Cleanam Enterprise in a letter dated 5th September 2022 and was given 14 days to accept, failing which it would constitute sufficient grounds for the withdrawal of the award. However, the audit team did not cite an acceptance letter, one, from the contractor at the time the auditing was done. The MP, Honorable Tahidu, a council member of the commission who facilitated the release of the funds, attributed the delay to the failure on the part of the contractor to move to site. And the auditors explained the consequences of the delay to the Assembly and also to the communities. The recommendation of the auditors is that you should liaise with the Assembly to ensure that the funds are used for the purpose for which they were meant. What action have you taken with regards to the non-execution of these projects?
So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Of course, it was a matter of concern to us at the Commission, and so we stridently pursued the Cherpone District Assembly. I personally looked for the phone numbers of the District Chief Executive and also, I think, the District Coordinating Director. And post those engagements, I'm able to report once again that the project has been completed as of April 2024. However, what has happened is that Originally, we provided a sponsorship for 20 boreholes, but as of the date of completion, 15 of the boreholes had been done. The remaining 5 could not be done because of price increases, respectfully.
I think the auditors have even noted that because of, the inflation is flying like a prairie fire, unfortunately. And taking into consideration that some of the pipes are imported, and since the dollar is a fugitive now, because it was arrested, locked by His Excellency the Vice President, and the key given to the IGP, it has broken jail, it is a fugitive now. Considering, no, this one is come out, vandal. So, auditors, can you confirm the assertion of Chief Vandal that 15 of the 20 boreholes were executed, remaining 5? So I just want to ensure that out of the 20, 15 of the boreholes were executed.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, we can confirm that 15 of the boreholes was able to constructed out of the 20 proposed due to price changes. Thank you.
It means that the 5 there are Boka. So, Mr. Chairman, I think I'm done. No further question.
Honorable Aka.
Thank you, Chairman. If I heard them right, the money was paid 11 months before the start of the project. So if I've paid you the money to do the job, and if you don't do it, an increase in prices should not affect the number of boreholes I should get. So I think they should provide 20 boreholes. Thank you.
Chief Executive.
Respectfully.
Have you revised the contract?
No, we have not. We don't have.
So the terms of the contract is that 20 boreholes.
So respectfully, Chairman, the Commission did not enter or execute any contract with any contractor. It was the Assembly, the Chief Political Assembly, that wrote to the Commission to come over to Macedonia and help. And all we did was to say, bring us the budget. They brought us the budget, and we paid the money to the Commission, sorry, to the Assembly, for the Assembly to engage the contractor. So what happened that has occasioned this delay is something between the Assembly and the contractor. The Assembly.
Honorable Frida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Chief Executive has even made my question very simple for all of us. You paid the Assembly to execute a contract. The contractor was supposed to execute 20 boreholes. He was even paid upfront for the 20 boreholes. And after 11 months, he or she had not done anything. The money has gone to the Assembly. The Assembly has to be surcharged. They have to make sure that the 5 remaining boreholes are sunk and mechanized for the community. I don't see, this is not a big issue at all. The monies have been paid to the Assembly. They were supposed to ensure that the contractor executed the project, made sure that the 20 boreholes were sunk. Unfortunately for all of us, after 11 months taking the money, without even interest on the money, the contractor managed to execute only 15. Now, I think that the onus lies on the Assembly to ensure that whatever contracts between the Assembly and the contractor, they have to make sure the 5 boreholes are sunk without any price variation. The price variation, the contractor and the Assembly will have to pay for the price variation, not Petroleum Commission. They have done their job. Thank you. Unfortunately, they didn't give me any of the boreholes.
Honorable Jifa.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted clarification. So you used your corporate social responsibility to provide 20 boreholes for one district. Is that the case?
That is so. It was upon a request from the Assembly. Yep.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Mutala.
I think that my issue here is you have given money for the execution of the boreholes. As your corporate social responsibility, you have a duty to find out that the monies you have given for a purpose, have they been able to use that money for that purpose? You gave money for the execution of 20 boreholes. So the only response you should get should be 20 boreholes. So if at the end of the day, they have executed 15 boreholes, you need to demand from the assembly, because you've given the money, you release the money timeously. It was the responsibility of the assembly to give the total amount of money and ensure that the contractor executes the work. So if he fails to do that, you need to demand that the extra 5 boreholes are done. But Honorable Aka made a very important point, because on your books, it will be that the contract was awarded for the execution of 20 boreholes. So they ended up doing 15 boreholes. That's why Chairman asked whether there has been some variation in the contractual arrangement between the contractor and the assembly.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I mean, these are legitimate, genuine concerns, and we know them. The truth and the hard truth is that in all of this, we're following up with the assembly to the point that I personally had to look for the phone numbers of the chief, the coordinating director, and the chief executive, invited them here to Accra at the office of the commission, and told them my expectations of what has been paid to them and the fact that it is public money and that they must ensure that they use it judiciously and report back to the commission.
Is a delay coming from the assembly or the delay from the contractor?
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I'm not able to speak for the assembly or the contractor. I mean, I don't know the negotiations that were done. All we did was to provide funding. The operational aspects of it were in the hands of the assembly.
I asked this question because you told the committee earlier on that it was as a result of what? Price changes. Definitely, if at the time the contract was given to the contractor, if he had performed, there will not be issue of price changes. So definitely there must be a delay. So my question was that delay as a result of the contractor's fault or that of the assembly? If we're able to establish that, then we can know where to place the
Thank you very much. So thank you very much. I'm told that the contractor had an initial contractor, the assembly had an initial contract, or awarded a contract to an initial contractor who, for one reason or the other that I cannot explain, was not able to deliver. So they had to go in for a second. So I'm sure the processes between the change from the first contractor to the contractor who was able to deliver the 15 is what may have occasioned the price overruns.
Chairman, I think that the just ended answer gives some clarity on where the delay has come from. But, you know, I just want to ask Chairman Magas that before 8 years ago, before Chairman Magas, that's how we refer to him, Chief Magas, the Chief Vandal, Egbert Fable.
Refer to him as the Chief Executive Officer.
The Chief Executive Officer of the Petroleum Commission, a.k.a. Chief Vandal. I was just going to ask him that I know that 8 years ago on Newsfile, he would not have accepted such behavior from an assembly as acceptable. So if he's telling us that he has summoned them to his office and he thinks that that is okay, 5 boreholes, Chief Magas, what has changed?
Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed.
Yeah. This question, dear.
Let me respond.
Mr. Chairman, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed.
No, I think something has changed. You have changed from Newsfile to Chief Executive. All right, so it's difficult to take a decision at this moment once we don't know the real cause. If truly what the Chief Executive said, that there was a change in the procurement of the contractor, then definitely the delay has come from the assembly. And that might result in different prices. Definitely it will not cause. Okay. Ranky, want to make comment first?
Yeah, Chief Executive, in the light of all this development, I want to appeal to you for the sake of the 5 remaining communities to reconsider giving further support so that the 5 remaining committees can also enjoy the water. I want to make an appeal.
Thank you very much, Chairman. We take note of the appeal.
Are you the MP for that area?
No. People must get water.
And do you know whether they don't have any water already?
The people must get the water.
No, you don't know whether...
they have been told that 5 of the waters have not been done.
5 boreholes have not been done.
Yes.
But you don't know if the MP has gone to procure support from somewhere and they have been giving.
But if, I'm not talking about if.
You are making a categorical demand. And I'm saying that you don't know.
I made an appeal. And they say you consider it. Why? That's why they pay you.
So, does it mean that if I also approach you through my assembly, you can support?
Very well. I mean, Mr. Chairman, we have an obligation to help across Ghana. And so as and when these come in, depending on availability of funding and other...
Remove the availability. Remove. So, be expecting some request from my assembly.
Very well, Chairman.
All right, let's go to paragraph 376. Honorable Deputy Ranking.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, Chairman, for at least alerting the Chief Executive of the fact that tomorrow you will receive a letter from the Mpraiso MP's office or the Kowu South Municipal Assembly for support. Never. We all need water. Water is life. Chief, it has to do with unretired impressed. And some 19 officers from your outfit refused to, who carried out various activities on behalf of the commission, are yet to retire these monies. And it's about 111,936 Ghana cedis. Are you able to tell this committee the current status of the...
Thank you very much, Chairman. So once more, I'm able to report that since this issue came up, we have pursued the staff involved, and as of today, it's only 6 of such instances that are outstanding. And even with those ones, I have directed that if they are unable to pay by midday today, then at the end of this month, there will be a set of, against their respective individual salaries.
Well, then. Yes, so I think it's a good thing that you are taking steps, but have you put in place a policy measure to ensure that people are able to retire impress on time?
That is so. It is part of our financial architecture framework that when you are given any impress to expend, within 72 hours, you must retire. There is a book or some kind of framework where once you make payments, you are receipted, and then you also sign off that you've done that. Some have been raising issues about reconciliation and all of that. So I've even, as of this morning, spoke to my director of finance that it appears that some of those cases, some are alleging that they retired, but that the records cannot be found. So we are asking that henceforth, those payments, you scan the receipts, evidencing payment, and email them to finance and keep yourself in copy so that at least there's a track record, and then you follow up and deliver personally. So if in case any receipt cannot be found, at least if you go through the email system, we'll be able to find your originating email with the scanned copies of whatever you were trying to, retire.
Thank you very much for this answer. Auditors, can you confirm if 13 out of the 19 people have retired their impress?
Honorable Chair, at the time of our visit, we can confirm an amount of 37,118.37 paid, leaving a balance of 74,217.63 Ghana cedis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you realize that some payments were done today. I'm sure after this session, kindly liaise with the auditors to ensure that we have the current records. Thank you, Chairman. That will be all for me.
All right, so that'll be all for Petroleum Commission. Your discharge.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Let's have Bui Power. Bui Power, kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Honorable Chair, my name is Jemima Fire, Deputy CEO, Finance and Services. I'm standing in for the CEO, Honorable Jamisi. He extends his apologies for not attending to this. He had an emergency. Our apologies, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Chair, my name is Eric Sam, the Acting Finance Director.
Mr. Chair, Franklin Nana Adai, Head of Legal.
Thank you for coming. Paragraph 499, Honorable Deputy Ranking.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Paragraph 499 has to do with your financial performance. We realize that there's been an improvement of 53.5% in your financial performance when we compare your 2022 to 2021. But I have some little concern on your administrative expenses. I realize about 401% increase. In 2022, you spent 817,830 on your administrative expenses against 163,251. Are you able to explain to us what accounted for these huge differences?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. For the year 2022, we saw an increase in the administrative expenses, largely due to the indirect depreciation and amortization, our insurance expense, and then also the exchange differences, the foreign exchange difference. Because of our loans, and then most of our major payments are in USD, so there were some exchange differences in those respects. These are the major reasons why our administrative expenses went up in 2022.
Then I also realized that when it comes to revenue, there was an increase of about 145.3%. What really changed? What did the trick for you?
Honorable Chairman, our fuel for generation is mainly water. For the year 2022, we had 1,547 gigawatt hour. That's what we produced, as against 1,028 gigawatt hour in 2021. And this resulted in the total revenue of a little over 150 million USD in 2022, as compared to 105 million USD in 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So I think their financials look good, despite the fact that their expenditure increased by 182%. But from the records, I would want to commend management for at least seeing some positives in your books. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, let's move on to paragraph 508. This on lease of land to Bui Sugar Limited without royalty verification clause. So you lease your land at the Bui Power Authority site, 5,940 hectares, to Bui Sugar Limited for a period of 25 years, from December 2022 to December 2047, renewable after every 10 years, in exchange for 7% of sugar, into bracket final products, and all other products from the factory in kind as royalty for each year of production. Now, the auditors noted that you don't have a mechanism to verify and ensure that the right quantities of royalties are paid by the sugar company. They are recommending that you engage the Bui Sugar Limited to amend the agreement to include a clause that will provide a mechanism and an opportunity for the authority to verify the right quantities. Have you been able to do so?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have written to Bui Sugar Factory to ask them that we set up a committee with some of their staff and our staff to put down workable mechanism for this kind of measurement. And they have responded to us by providing 2 of their staff. We want to do a thorough job in ensuring that we can get the best out of this agreement. So we have started dealing with Bui Sugar Factory, and we are engaging them to get the right thing done. The agreement is yet to be amended because we want to take our time and make sure we get it right. Currently, the sugar plantation is on board now. We are almost done with the plantation, but
You're talking to the chairman. Don't look at your
Mr.
colleague.
Chairman, they are almost done with the plantation, but the factory is yet to be brought on board. So this is where they are now. We want to make sure that we have a full grasp of how it's going to be operationalized before we amend the contract.
So they haven't started production yet?
They haven't, no.
Have they planted the sugar cane?
Yes, they've planted the sugar cane.
When are they going to start the first production?
Hopefully, beginning of next year, first quarter next year.
So it means that you have to ensure that the amendment is done
prior
before the first production.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Then you can also verify the quantities.
Yes,
and
Mr.
know
Chairman.
your royalty of 7%.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, thank you very much. 2 quick follow-ups. How was the acreage of the number of hectares given presently under cultivation?
We have roughly 6,000 hectares, and the estimation is that they will produce 60,000 tons per year. They're expecting 10,000 per hectare per year. So that's what we are looking at now.
So you spoke about the sugarcane nearly being ready. And I want to find out the acreage that is ready. I don't mean the entire leasehold. I mean the acreage of the leasehold that is under cultivation. Are you able to tell this committee?
Not exactly. We are aware that the plantation is almost done. But as to
yes,
the
but
acreage,
what is the acreage?
I don't have it. I can provide
It's
it.
part of the process for you to be able to determine the quantum that comes to you. So you need to know the percentage
So we'll
of the land
confirm
that
that.
is under. So do that. And also, like Chairman said, the recommendation of the committee is that amend the agreement to reflect that. So if you don't amend the agreement, you are taking any other steps. It's not in accordance with the contract. So first, get the agreement amended to reflect the recommendation. Then you can take further steps consequent on the amendment. It's very important.
Advice well taken. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Jifa.
May I get a further explanation on how you came by the 7% that you are getting as your benefit for the offer you have made this company?
We had a lengthy negotiation with the Bui Sugar Factory, and that is the figure we came up with, that we both decided, agreed on.
You are offering them land, they are investing capital and machines and all the things that come with it, and all you are getting is 7% of what they produce. Is this the advice of, do you have a consultant or your legal department? Who did this on our behalf as a country?
We have a legal department.
Honorable Chair, so it's a team that was put together by management to enter into this transaction. And a lot of things were considered. We looked at the factory that we're going to put in place, the employment that we're requiring of them to also make in the area, and so many other considerations. Then at the end of the day, when we look at the figures, we agreed to 7%, which we thought that for the first 10 years is reasonable, because in the agreement we said that rate will be looked at after that 10 years. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Honorable Aka.
Thank you, Chairman. I think this land was taken from the indigents for the purpose of the dam. And I think according to your constitution, if you don't have any use for the dam, for the land should revert to the owners. I would like to know if you have considered that if you don't need the land should go back to the owners, not to lease it for 25 years. I mean, you are not going to need the land for all this period. So, Mr. Chairman, I think they have gone against the laws of the land. They have no right to lease the land to other people. Thank you.
Honorable member, that is not part of the auditor's recommendation. So I will not allow that to be taken. You may be right, but that is not part of the discussion for today.
All right,
Honorable Sampson.
Please, may I know whether your 7% is on revenue, operation profit, or net profit?
It's on the produce.
So it's on revenue?
Revenue, yes.
I think, tell me I'm okay.
It's on revenue.
And they don't have any mechanism of checking.
That's what they have. All right, so who are the owners of the Bui Sugar Limited?
We'll provide the details later.
So you don't know the owners of Bui Power Sugar Limited?
We do, but we don't have the details here.
Are they private individuals?
Yes, private individuals.
The committee want the ownership, the shareholding ownership, and then also the management committee members of the committee.
Okay, we'll provide that, Mr. Chair.
All right, that'll be all for Bui Power, your discharge.
Thank
Let's
you, Mr.
have
Chair.
State Interest and Governance Authority, SEGA. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Mr. Chairman, my name is John Bui, Acting Director General for SEGA.
Honorable Chair, my name is Zachary Hassan, Acting Head of Finance.
Honorable Chairman, my name is George Ufori. I'm Director of IT and also acting as General Manager, Finance and Admin.
Honorable Chairman, my name is Eric Alberto Puku, Head of Governance, Risk and Compliance. Thank you.
Honorable Chairman, my name is Akui Amwalabi, Manager Legal.
Honorable Chairman, my name is Stephen Asiedu, General Manager Operations, SEGA.
Thank you very much for coming. And Mr. John Bwedu, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
So, how many people you have imported into Ghana for the jobs you have created?
Mr. Chairman, a lot.
Hello?
Mr. Chairman, a lot.
I say how many?
It's an ongoing process. So.
I say how many have you imported so far? How many?
Mr.
1,
Chairman,
2, 3, 4
Mr.
thousand.
Chairman, I don't have the information available to me now.
Anyway, I know you understood why I asked that question.
Mr. Chairman, you and I know.
Anyway, there are two management issues. Sorry. But Honorable Aka will take your financial performance.
Thank you very much, Chairman. The statement indicates that your total income increased from 30 million to 41 billion. And at the same time, your expenditure also went up at the same percentage, roughly. And your increase was due to revenue. And then your expenditure was increased in personal emoluments. I would like to know if you are following the dictates of a particular government whose duty is to tax and spend. Because that's why I realize that it's only taxing the people and spending. I'm not talking about some.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think that personal emolument is determined by Fair Wages and Salaries Commission with approval from Ministry of Finance, which we had an increment of about 15% and allowances. That resulted in the increase in emolument. In addition to that, Mr. Chairman, the PIAD, which is a division under Ministry of Finance, used to do the state ownership report. Since 2023, SEGA has taken over the preparation of the SOR, which involves a lot of expenses. And that is the reason for these two activities are the reason that accounted for the increase in the expenses, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
So does it mean that any time you make increase in the income, there should be a corresponding increase in the expenditure?
Mr. Chairman, it will only happen when there is an increase in emoluments again. In terms of SOR preparation, we are still on it. Thankfully, for this year, we will be able to finish the state ownership report for 2022 and 2023, and we are expecting to populate it this month in August. And it involves a lot of expenses, getting our staff to continue to work on it beyond their normal schedules, going for off-site meetings to make sure that it is done. And it is important that SEGA, as an oversight entity, ensures that our reports are timeous, which enables government to take decisions with such reports. So it will not necessarily increase because there's increase in revenue. We are making efforts to increase revenue anyway, but it will not be corresponding to expenditure increase. Yeah, thank you.
All right, Chairman, that's all. Thank you.
All right, so let's go to paragraph 676. Management issue. Non-collection of overdue receivable, 266,289 Ghana cedis. Some entities and individuals owe SEGA the total amount of 266,289 Ghana cedis. The auditors recommended that you should take steps, including legal action, to recover the outstanding debts and provide evidence for audit verification. Have you been able to recover the money?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. This 266,289 is broken down into two. There are owings by employees, 11 of them, who were with our SWA Diversity Implementation Committee. 6 of them are still employees of SEGA. So, Mr. Chairman, we continue to deduct the salary allowance or arrears that we provided them. As of June, we had deducted 30,557, of which has been verified and validated by the auditors. In July, we've deducted 2,557, which is yet to be validated by the auditors. The six employees, that's 6 out of the 11 are dead, Mr. Chairman. And following Section 53 of the PFM Act 921, our board needs to pass a resolution to enable Finance Ministry to write off. And steps have already been taken. As far back as April, our board has passed a resolution to get these employees who are dead or deceased employees who are dead for their owings to be written off. We've also written to Ministry of Finance to write off the debt. We've not received a response yet. So 46,475.62 is expected to be written off. On the other, just as I said, we've broken it into two. The other one is monetary fees and receivable. Mr. Chairman, akin to this is monitoring fees that is owed by entities that we oversight. Mr. Chairman, as of July, we've been able to retrieve 39,000 out of it. We've written letters to them to make due their owings. And Mr. Chairman, we are following earnestly. I must also say that some of these entities, Mr. Chairman, as you are aware, are not in a position to pay based on their financials. But we still continue, in as much as they still are on our books, we'll still continue to pursue them to pay their monitoring fee, because it costs us a lot to be able to monitor and oversight them in terms of transportation, allowances to our staff to and from their offices and all that. We are even looking for asking Parliament through your good self to increase our monitoring fees. So there's no way we are going to allow this money not to retrieve from these entities, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, because if you look at the entities involved, AESL, Data Protection Commission, Food and Drugs Authority, Ghana AIDS Commission, Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, Ghana Commodity Exchange, Ghana Great Company, that's GREETCO, and a host of them, and the amount they are owing is just a small amount.
Mr. Chairman,
the highest is 15,000.
Mr. Chairman, it's compliance, and we'll be following up. I think that we are also putting together amendments to act to enable us sanction some of these entities if it falls due or it takes time for them to pay, because like you are saying, Mr. Chairman, based on the categories, the highest category A is 7,500. In some cases, it's even 1,005, Mr. Chairman, and I think that it's important that our entities support us to be able to ensure financial efficiency in their organizations, Mr. Chairman.
Auditor, can you confirm that for those employees who are still with the SEGA, the deduction is being done?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm that the deduction is being done. The last time we visited them, a total of 27,457 has been collected. And then with the monitoring fees, 39,002 has been confirmed to have been collected.
Collected, okay.
So in total,
all right, so we encourage you to continue to recover the balance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, the next one is paragraph 682, Deputy Ranking.
I think it's in line with the bit on the monitoring fees. So the auditors in the report says that Cabinet approved some 175 entities, and only 63 of them have paid the monitoring fees. In your response, you claim that the 63 are companies that you have signed performance bonds with, so in your response, you say performance contracts with.
Okay.
Are you able to tell us what has happened to the other companies? Why have you not signed the performance contracts with them, and why are you not taking the monitoring fees from them?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it's an ongoing process. It's been a bit difficult to get all the 175 into signing the performance contract based on their own objectives. Mr. Chairman, if you note, the 175 is made up of 53 SOEs, 47 joint venture entities, and 75 SEs or OSCs. With the 47 joint ventures company, it's just a few of them, particularly those that government have majority interest in. Mr. Chairman, you are aware that because of independence of entities and all that, particularly those that are registered with the Companies Act, they are guided by the Companies Act. And those that are on the stock exchange also follow other rules on the stock exchange. So in order for us not to be seen as interfering unduly into the management of private entities, of which we have interest in, we use these existing monitoring system that are already in place to be able to place them and monitor them. So we don't go ahead in charging monitoring fees of these entities. The other ones are particularly the regulatory authorities. A lot of them, I must say that a few of the regulatory authorities are signing performance contracts with us and all that. We are pushing hard to make sure that all of them are brought to our purview. It will interest you to know that by 2016, only 6 of them out of the 175 signed performance contracts with the entity, 2017, 25, 2018, 41, 2019, 47, 2020, 63, 2021, 64, 2022, 64, 2023, 73, and as we speak now, we have 79 of them under our purview. I must also say that renewed interest and also with the support of government is also pushing a lot of them to be able to come in our purview. And I can see that by the next year we are here, I can see that we will have over 130, 140 of the specified entities signing the contract with us, because for the first time in our existence, President, that's the SEGA, in addition to the President, gave a directive that they should meet their obligation under the PFM Act, that by April, and then they should file their financial statements or audited financials with us. I can say on authority that as we speak now, that is as at May 31st, 147 of them duly filed their financial statements, either management or audited. And I think that with that in hand, which has not happened before, we'll be able to get them to sign performance contracts with them by next year when we are here.
I think it's
an entity. It's an entity.
I think it's of course. I mean, we would attribute it to the new SEGA law and management's effort, and of course the president's effort in all of this. And I like the bit that as we speak, you have 147 companies. I mean, presenting to you their audited accounts and all of that. Probably maybe we should find a way, because if you have 175 companies signed on to you, but most of them, or some of these companies, government owns very little shares in them, so you are unable to also ask them to pay these monetary fees. We could revise, this cabinet could revise these measures so that the auditors do not flag it. So, I mean, this cannot be appearing in the books year in, year out. So
I think that you are right. What we need to do is to develop new tools in monitoring those that we have minority shares in them, in order not to flout SEC regulations, stock exchange agreement, and all that. You know, so, and it is done in most countries that have SEGA as an entity oversighting. In most of the places, for instance, if you take Singapore, their majority shares they have in their entities around 40%. They have to, they are lucky, they insisted on it as far back as 1971, getting all their SOEs to register under the company's code, pushing a lot of them to be with the stock exchange. So with that arrangement, it is easy to monitor them and make sure. I must also say, there are some of them that are recalcitrant, that I don't know, for whatever reason, they are insisting that they are not under SEGA and all that. And I'm happy, and I think that I must commend the Parliamentary Oversight Committee on State Enterprises. The last, about a week or two, were with them. They've asked that we should write to them those that are challenging the authority of SEGA. And I think that it's important that we bring to your attention. And we will do so accordingly, as directed, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for this well-explained position, the general. But auditors, of course, it's okay. I mean, why is it that when I have the floor, you people want to? It's not fair. Auditors, are you able to confirm this well-explained position from the general?
They should confirm the words.
And especially that.
Honorable member, if the explanation is very well, why do you want confirmation again?
You know, Mr. Chairman, when we were kids, if you go for outdoor and the song is nice, you say encore. But I will not ask John Boydu to do the anchor. Auditors, can you confirm if 63 of these companies have indeed paid their monitoring fees?
Honorable Chair, what we can confirm is that they are making efforts to get some of these entities to sign their performance contracts, but as to the 67, we have not been given evidence to that effect. So if they have it, they can provide.
I'm coming. Why you people say oh like that? That be all for SEGA, but very well explained. Thank you. For only 63 entities out of 175. Only well explained for only 63 out of 175, which had been specified by the cabinet approval.
Mr. Chairman, we are coming from 6.
And I'm saying that out of 175, only 63 that we have built. So you have explained the 63 well.
Thank you.
Without telling us how you want to reach the 175.
Chairman, I told the committee that with the renewed interest and the support of the President and the government, for the first time by end of May, we've been able to get 147 out of the 175 submitting their financials, both management and audited financials to us. And I hope and believe that working at the pace that we are going, next year by this time, we'll be telling different story, Mr. Chairman.
That will be all for you. You are discharged.
Thank you very much,
Mr.
Chairman. Thank you.
BOST. BOST. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, my name is Joseph Dindiok Bemka. I'm Deputy Managing Director, BOST.
Honorable Chair, please, my name is Bismarck Adom Dankwa, General Manager for Finance.
Honorable Chair, my name is Edmond Akwa, Head of Audit.
Honorable Chair, my name is Bernard Lati, Financial Reporting Manager.
Thank you very much for coming. You have a number of issues, about 7 management issues. But I'm trying to look at the financial performance. And even though your comprehensive income for the year increased by 80% from 185.7 million to 334.6 million. You actually did not perform well in terms of your profit before tax. If you look at the profit before tax, for 2021, it's 249 million, 88,521 Ghana cedis. If you express this over your total income of 1,143,357 125. It will give you, okay, let me work the figures again. Your profit before tax is 249,088,521. You express it over 1,143,357,125. I'm getting a wrong figure. I want to just do some analysis. You get 21.7%, expressing your profit before tax over your total income. You get 21.7% in 2021. Then if you do that of 2022, which is 424,15265. You get about 1.4%. What I want to achieve or arrive at is that even though your comprehensive income for 2022 it's 334 million, which is more than that of 2021 of 185 million. You did perform well in 2021 than in 2022. Because your profit before tax as an expression of your total income is better in 2021 than in 2022. Which means that the company, looking at it in terms of going concern, have a challenge.
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, you've made an observation, but by and large, the total effect is that we increased the profit margin from 185 to 334, as you've actually admitted. What we are talking about is the quantum of percentage of increase in terms of 2021 and 2022, which is, factual from the record. But that does not, respectfully, Mr. Chairman, negate from the fact that we made a tremendous effort and we increased our profit margin from 185 million to 334 million.
Yes, in terms of the absolute figure, the figure has increased. But if you look at it in terms of percentage, your performance has dropped.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if you look at the details of the financial statement, the increase in the sales or revenue is driven by sale of petroleum products. And these sales come with high cost of sales. And in order to drive the profit, the value of the profit, we had to sacrifice some revenue, which means that we had to be competitive in terms of the pricing to be able to drive that higher volume or value of sale to be able to increase our profit. So that's what accounted for the lower net profit margin. Thank you.
Well, I've done this analysis to let you know that don't look at the absolute figures and say that you are performing. Break it down in terms of percentage. That will give you how far the company can grow into the future. The trend it is going, when it goes like that, you end up not making making a negative returns on your total income. And that will affect the sustainability of the company. The accountant will understand more than the lawyers.
Mr. Chairman, we note that.
Okay.
And we'll strive to give a very, very better report when we come next year.
All right. Your financial position is also not good, but at least it's better than 2021. So move on to the next item, which will be done by the ranking member, paragraph 258.
Thank you, Chairman. The infraction is procurement from unqualified suppliers, the amount of 886,771 cedis. Our review of procurement transactions of the company disclosed that management procured goods and service worth 886,000 from 5 different suppliers and service providers, and accepted tax clearance certificates with the same serial numbers. Furthermore, these tax clearance certificates were issued from 4 different taxpayers service centers bearing the same serial numbers with different issuing dates. Okay, the auditors have recommended that management should investigate above irregularity and report all companies found culpable to the Public Procurement Authority and the Ghana Revenue Authority. We further recommend that sanctions under Section 92 of the Public Procurement Act, Act 663, as amended, should be applied to the officers whose negligence resulted in the above infractions. Have you applied the sanctions as recommended by the Auditor General to the officers involved?
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, first of all, I reckon that if you look at Section 92 of the PPA Act, it's very clear that it exacts penal consequences for acts of officers and gives even a jail term of up to 5 years in prison, and then a heavy number of penalty units exacted on people who flout these regulations and etc. But remember also that this has to be done and determined by a competent court, as the case may be in circumstances like this. But in this particular matter, respectfully, Mr. Chairman, we've done our own internal investigations to be able to ascertain these things. And remember also that, Mr. Chairman, intent is very important in matters of prosecution in court and etc. Because if you are unable to establish that a person intended that the act to result in whatever happened, and you embark on prosecution in line with Section 92, you will not be able to establish the guilt of the person, and your case will not fly in court. So we've rather gone for some administrative remedies to be able to resolve the issues and ensure that they do not recur. And so if you look at our response, we stated without equivocation that we complied with the PPA own website, the published list of companies and entities that were credible enough. We dealt with those companies, and we could not have anticipated or foreseen that these actions would have been perpetrated by these persons.
What are the sanctions we have applied?
We've blacklisted them. We've ensured that they would not be able to participate.
I'm talking about the staff.
And then the staff too, particularly the head of procurement, was sanctioned.
What sanctions? I want to know.
First, we removed her from her role and assigned her to the Ministry of Energy. Later, we recalled her, and as a result of some further actions she actually engaged in, we instituted disciplinary proceedings and we terminated her appointment.
Thank you.
If you read the recommendation of the auditors, on paragraph 261, we recommended to management to investigate the above irregularity and report all companies found culpable to the Public Procurement Authority and the Ghana Revenue Authority. I'm sure that is why you have blacklisted them. Good.
Chairman.
The further recommendation is that sanctions, we further recommended that sanctions under Section 92 of the Public Procurement Act 2003 at 63 as amended should be applied to the officers whose negligence resulted in the above infraction. Now you say you have sanctioned them, you have terminated it. Is that the sanctions under Section 92 of the Act?
Mr. Chairman, you recall my intro. I stated that it is a court that can actually exact the penal consequences under Section 92.
So why didn't you allow the court to deal with them by applying the recommendation of the auditor, but you as management decide to sack them?
Respectfully, it does not preclude us from taking internal disciplinary measures. The recommendation does not preclude us from taking internal disciplinary measures while awaiting the external ones that will be the exacting of penal consequences for acts committed.
Okay, now that you have sacked them, how will the court deal with them?
Respectfully, the dismissal is as a result of your conduct as a public officer, but it does not preclude you from going through a court process by criminal consequences that will be exacted on you. It doesn't preclude that at all.
I'm saying that the recommendation of the auditor is that they should be sanctioned under this section. And that can only be done by a court of competent jurisdiction. You have sacked them, okay? Meanwhile, under that section, the penalty is that you pay 2,500 penalty units or to a term of 5 years
Up to
imprisonment
5 years in prison.
or both.
Yes.
Now you have sacked them.
Yes.
How will the court get these people to sanction them?
A lot appropriately, respectfully, Mr. Chairman, a report is made. And if you look at this particular section, for example, it now comes under the Office of Special Prosecutor. It's one of the provisions that come under the Office of Special Prosecutor. So a process can then be triggered and a report will then be made to the CID or the Office of Special Prosecutor. Then investigations can commence. And as I have stated, it will not, they cannot say that by virtue of the administrative sanctions that have been exacted on them, we cannot apply penal consequences because that would be incorrect and that would not be acceptable.
So have you triggered that process? Have you triggered the process?
Honorable Chair, so when the incident occurred, we wrote to...
Have you triggered the
yes,
process?
we triggered that process. So we've reported to JRA and we've also reported to CID. So we wrote a letter to CID, and the Financial Intelligence Unit of Center of the CID invited us, and we gave our statement.
Do you have a copy of the letter you wrote to CID?
Yes, we have a copy, and we've shown it to the auditors, please.
Okay, auditors, have you received that letter? The letter to the CID.
Honorable Chair, we are aware they've reported to the intelligence unit of GRA and CID, but the copy, we don't have it here. Thank you.
Yeah, so can you make copies available to them?
Okay, we'll make copies available.
Paragraph 265, Vice Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Now, you bought items worth over 1 million from 6 different companies. And these 6 different companies use the same VAT they use the same, identify that the suppliers provided issued VAT invoices for their respective goods and services from the same VAT invoice booklet. And these are 7 different companies. And the auditors are saying that they could not confirm the authenticity of these VAT invoices. Therefore, the cost of goods and services could be inflated. Now, there was a VAT component of 146,799. That should be paid to GRA. Has that amount been paid?
We can't state whether it's been paid or not, Honorable Chair. What we did was to report the issue to GRA to follow up for the collection. And then because it also...
One more time. One more time. You want GRA to do what?
To confirm whether that is the case, and then also to whether the payment has been made to them, because it is the responsibility of the service provider to pay the VAT to GRA. So we escalated it to GRA by writing to them that this is what has come up during an audit, and then they should take it up and ensure that the supplier pays the appropriate taxes.
So have those suppliers paid? Because it was your responsibility to pursue the suppliers and service providers to provide evidence of payment. Have you pursued it? And have you made sure that they've paid it to GRA?
We wrote to the suppliers to provide evidence of payment to GRA, but we didn't hear from them. And that is why we also informed GRA that this is what has happened, and then they should give us clearance whether, because even if the suppliers said they had paid, we couldn't substantiate it. So
no, why don't you pay? Why don't you pay to GRA? Then you can take all the years and then sort it out with the vendors and the suppliers.
No,
because we need the money. We need the tax money.
Honorable Chair, this is VAT. And once we have paid the supplier his full bill, it is the supplier's responsibility to pay the VAT portion to GRA. It is not, that responsibility is not on BOST. And then to add to this, we also, because it borders on some aspect of criminality, we've also reported this to CID, that is the Financial Intelligence Center. So all these issues were put together and they were all reported to the CID for them to carry out further investigation. And I want to state that we have served the auditors with copies of the letters we wrote to CID. So if they check their office, they should be able to get copies of the letters. But we will still share copies with them.
Honorable Minister, the CEO, these are different companies from whom you procure these items. When they issue VAT invoice covering the same, from the same invoice booklet, did you notice at the time that these VAT invoices are actually coming from the same invoice booklet, even though the companies are different?
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, if it was done like one contract and you have all these 7 presented at the same time, you have a way that you can go through and be able to detect. But these were done at different times. There were different contracts awarded at different times. So there was no way you could have anticipated that these were all coming from the same booklet. Like if it was one contract, they all bidded and they brought all these invoices, we could have noticed from different companies, we could have noticed that they were actually coming from different entities and be able to determine this and effectuate the necessary penal consequences. Unfortunately, in this particular one, there were different contracts at different dates, so we could not have anticipated that they were coming from the same booklet.
So the faces behind these 6 companies were actually different. The faces are different, or the same face that are coming with a different company name, since you did it at different times.
Our procurement process did not identify them to come from the same person. That is why we have reported it to the CID. I think they have the expertise to go through some of these things and unveil any, if there was any.
I think there is something missing here. Yes. How can the companies have Standard Builders Construction, Weighty Innovations Limited, Favor Seasons Enterprise, Blue Gulf Services, Park Benchmark Limited. So there are 5 companies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were 6 procurement. But Park Benchmark Limited had 2 of the supplies. Now, this company, you dealt with this company at different times, okay? Yet, the VAT invoice they issued to you are from the same booklet. And you couldn't identify?
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, let me explain something. You know, having served as a district chief executive before, and having been given another opportunity here to serve, this is what has actually happened. And that's why we are escalating it to the level of the CID for investigation. Sometimes people come to bid for jobs, and what they do is that they go bring somebody's company. You know, somebody is actually bringing it, but he's not the director of that particular company. And he brings all the necessary documents and invoices to support, to be able to win that bid. You find that this person is using someone else's company, and then he comes back another day with a different entity, and comes back another day with a different entity. This clearly has a criminal intent. And he can do that even for 5, 6, 7, 8 different companies. But you can find that the one behind it, directly coming to the place there, may be one person, one and the same person, but in actual fact, the companies that are being run belong to different people. This is the act. So that's why we are escalating it to the CID, for them to investigate and ascertain how all the invoices came from one booklet, even though they are different entities. The CID will be able
it is because when you're procuring, you invite quotation from only that person. You don't extend it to other people. You extend it to only that person. That is the cost. So you, the one who is procuring the thing, you are the one who caused the whole thing. So the procurement officer in your agency is the one who is calling that person who is bringing different company name, but the face is one.
Honorable Chair, like my DMD said, all these were, all the procurement activities happened at different times. And when you go through their documentation, when we went through their documentation, it did not indicate that they were from the same person, or the sources were from the same person. Some of them were put out on tender, people come and bid. And even for, when you do tender opening, in most cases, even the company owners themselves don't even show up. They send their officers to come for the tender opening and to present documentation and all that. So,
are you the director of finance?
Yes.
We know what you people do. Don't come and lecture us here. We know what you do. When you're procuring, we know what you do. We know.
You don't have an internal auditor.
We know. How do you, if you want to procure, how do you advertise the this thing? How do you invite quotation? Do you publish it? Or you paste it on your notice board?
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, it depends on the type of procurement process we want to embark upon.
Yes.
If it is a competitive tendering, and etc., definitely it will have to be published.
Yes.
And then when it is published, then they tend in their bids and etc.
So which method do you use in this case?
But in respectfully, Mr. Chairman, in some of the cases where, as a result of circumstances anticipated in the PPA Act, like emergencies or specialized persons being the only group or persons that can supply a particular entity,
So
we go for
sole
sole sourcing.
So this one is sole sourcing.
Respectfully, I am not able to determine that immediately, whether it was done through sole sourcing.
That is what I'm asking. Which method did you use in procuring these ones? Which method did you use?
I do have the facts with you. Respectfully, I am unable to determine that right now, whether it was competitive bidding or it was sole sourcing or restrictive tendering in the circumstances of this.
Chairman, I'm grateful. When the Honorable Pemka was narrating his response, he indicated that as a former chief executive, he understood what was going on. Now, can I ask you, as a former Deputy Attorney General, what you have seen and what has been reported, does it not constitute criminality?
Sam, I think I indicated that I formed an opinion, but I'm not an investigating entity, so we referred it to the police for investigation to ascertain the criminality, and then the appropriate charges would then be preferred against the actors involved. That's why we have actually escalated into that.
The reason I'm asking you is because subsequent to that, you are seeking to find some justification on the back of what the chairman just asked, asking the officer, the procuring officer, specific questions on how he went about the procurement. Because the activity of procurement is what is giving rise to this illegality that we all agree is happening. And the person who is responsible is sitting before us. Oh, he's not the head of procurement.
Respectfully, head of procurement is not here.
The head of procurement is not here.
He's not here.
Okay. He's finance. Yes. That's fine. Because I thought because
and again, the one who was involved is the officer I said that we had terminated the appointment.
You've terminated his appointment.
Yes, please.
Because you see, it is clear that the abuse of sole sourcing, because like you rightly pointed out, the PPA law gives room for certain instances. But the question we'll ask ourselves is, a company that is having to use other companies' documents, will that company be a company that has special expertise? You get me? Because the grounds for sole sourcing in the PPA, where it is a scarce expertise or an emergency of some sort, companies involved in that will not be engaged in this. Chairman, I thank you.
Well, you yourself have seen that there is some criminality in the whole thing. So, first of all, you've taken administrative action by terminating the appointment. I think that this committee will also assist you to recommend for a prosecution so that the people involved will do that. So let's move on to the next one. Okay. All right, so let's move on to the next one, paragraph 271, Honorable Deputy Ranking.
Thank you, Chairman. BOST, this has to do with uncollected BOST margin levies. And this is near 16 million Ghana cedis. The audit at your firm disclosed that 44 OMCs owed you 59,525,127 in respect of this margin levies as at 31st December 2022. You indicated to the auditors that you have taken steps to collect these monies, and even went further to say that you have contracted a company, Faith Recoveries Limited, to assist in the debt collection. Are you able to tell this committee how much of these monies you have collected so far?
Honorable Chair, if you look at the list that came with the audit query, you realize that we've indicated that most of, or almost all these OMCs are out of business. So collecting the levies from them was becoming extremely difficult, trying to locate their owners and all that. That is why we engage the services of a debt collector who has the expertise to assist us in the recovery. Because most of them are not in existence, to date, they've only been able to collect 517,160 Ghana cedis. Is what the debt collectors have been able to recover. And they've also taken a lot to court. Currently, we are in court with about 16 of them who owe about 33.9 million, and they are also trying to trace the others to make further recoveries. I also want to put on record that the fees paid to the debt collector is based on performance. So we pay them 5% of whatever they are able to recover for us. Thank you.
So the companies that are before court were from the recommendations of the debt collector. Is it the case?
Yes, some of them are from the recommendations of the debt collector, and for some of them, we had already started the court process. But then locating the owners, because their offices were closed and all that, was becoming very difficult. That is why we use the debt collector.
Okay.
Thank you.
Respectfully, again, it appears, and rightly so, that some of the entities, right from the onset, are set up to establish acts of criminality. Because the majority of them, as you can see from the record, immediately they started operating and ran into these, they just, because you have no assets you can levy on. So I think that one of the things we are going to look at going forward is to collaborate and cooperate with our regulator, MPA, so that we can have very authentic information about these entities, their locations and offices and etc. If we are able to have this, to be able to follow up even before they default and fold up, I think we'll be able to do a lot of recoveries going forward. But for now, those that we are talking about, the vast majority of them have actually fizzled into thin air. Their directors cannot be traced. And the majority of it, respectfully, we have to be honest in this particular committee, the majority of this money, we would find it very difficult to recover because you cannot trace the assets of the persons. Sometimes you can't trace their offices. You can't even trace their location. So even if you commence a legal action, it will be an exercise in futility because you will be unable to recover virtually nothing. So the few that we are able to pursue, we will. But going forward, we'll take steps to ensure that these monies, when they become due, immediately they are collected, even before these companies fold up, respectfully.
Are you confirming to this committee that you have judgment on some of this? In your narration, you said that there are instances where if you even have judgments, you are unable to, take steps to recover.
Well, we not specifically related to this, but we have other matters in the office that we've taken judgment with very reasonable amounts of money involved, but all efforts to levy execution have proven futile because either these companies have folded up or their directors just.
But Mr. Kwenka, so in your estimation, this 60 million owed to the state, how do we handle? Because you are indicating that it will be extremely difficult for the state to collect these monies.
I am being very honest with the committee.
I like your honesty. I like your honesty, but I'm only asking of your suggestion. In your estimation, how do we handle this case?
Yes, I personally, my MD and management actually assigned me the responsibility to liaise with the debt collection agencies and also provide my legal assistance and expertise to ensure that these monies are collected. So we've done our very best. And as I've indicated, the companies that are actually in court are the ones that the debt collector has been able to locate some director or the other so that we can pursue them. The rest that we've not been able to file the processes and proceed are actually entities that we have no information about their whereabouts or offices or persons that are behind them. That's why I'm being practically honest that otherwise we will raise hopes here and come back to recount that we came to downplay the importance of this very honorable committee.
Thank you.
Honestly, it is going to be very difficult, but we are doing our very best.
When did you engage the debt collector?
I think it was last year, but I need to serve you with
So
the
since
exact
you
date.
engaged them, have they collected any debt for you?
Yes, like I mentioned, they've collected about 517,000.
517,000.
Yes.
Out of 59,525,000.
Yes, Honorable Chair, like I mentioned, most of these, even in some instances, to even serve them, the court notices, or how do you call it, the rate or whatever, is very, very difficult for the.
So
debt
what
collectors.
lessons have you learned to apply to those companies that you are dealing with now?
Okay, Honorable Chair, these companies are OMCs, oil marketing companies that
Yes.
are registered by the regulator.
Yes.
So the information for even invoicing them come from the regulator. So we continuously engage the regulator, and now what happens is that immediately they default, we escalate to the regulator for them to block them from doing further business until their payments are made. And I think we've had some favorable.
Yeah, so that we don't
yes.
accumulate further
Yes.
debt.
Currently, I can say confidently that our collection rate is about 98% on current bills. Thank you.
Okay, so Deputy Managing Director, you've been very frank and think that not all these debt can be collected, but you have engaged a debt collector. Let's see those that they can reach out to so that you can segregate these debts. Those that can be collected, those that you think cannot be collected, the processes you go through the board and through the Ministry of Finance for the debt to be written off. So you have to segregate the debts.
Very well noted, Mr. Chairman.
Paragraph 277, Honorable Roxon.
Chairman, thank you. I wanted a follow-up, but yes. The case of the auditors is simply that Mrs. Ankobia was perhaps applied for study leave with pay, but she wasn't granted. But she went away to study. And so between October and May, salaries were still paid to her in excess of 107,000. You managed to recover 100,000, leaving an outstanding of 7,000 plus. What's the status?
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, when this particular issue came up and was raised by the auditors, as you have rightly pointed out.
DMD, what's the status of the 7,000? Recovered
I'm
or
just
not
trying
recovered?
to.
No.
Very well.
The history.
There is a guarantor in this particular matter
I'm aware.
who has been paying.
Hold on. I've read the story. So have you recovered?
We've not
the
recovered
7,000?
this amount. I was
Thank
just
you.
setting a basis for it. We've not recovered
So
it.
answer me before you explain the
Very
answer.
well, Mr. Chairman. We've not recovered. We've not been able to recover the amount, and we are making efforts to recover it. Especially, we are pursuing the guarantor with respect to this matter to get the entire amount recovered.
But there's something very interesting regarding the recovery so far made. Now, the auditors noted that as part of the recoveries made, an amount of 16,200 Ghana cedis it was noted as having been recovered as a result of some fuel coupon. Do you still give fuel coupons to somebody who is on study, who is who is away from the company. I gather from the findings of the auditors is that the benefits of the coupon, she used the benefits of the coupon as part of the repayment. If you understand what I mean.
Yep.
Some fuel coupons were due her, but as part of the repayment, she's utilizing the benefits to offset the balance outstanding.
Okay, Honorable Chair, I need to get back to you with the full details of this, but I can assume that once the auditors have established that it was a genuine set-off, I can assume that maybe she had some coupons that were due her, which she had not collected, which was still in the possession of the company, so that was used to set off.
Okay, due her when she was in active service.
Yes.
Is Mrs. Ankobia still with BOST after her studies?
Mr. Chairman, no, she's not longer working with us.
Endeavor to collect the 7,000 outstanding. Chairman, there's no movement in respect of the 7,000 outstanding, so we have to encourage them to try and collect it. That will be all for BOST on this matter. Thank you.
All right, so the amount is not anything that is big. Can you locate the Mrs. Ankobia or her guarantors?
Mrs. Ankobia is in the U.S., but the guarantor is around, and the guarantor is the one who has been paying.
Paying, okay.
The father is the guarantor, so we've formally written to him as a reminder to pay the outstanding amount. Thank you.
We are giving him 2 months. The guarantor, the father, should go and look for money and pay this balance within 2 months.
Noted, Honorable Chair.
We will endeavor to collect it and report back to you.
Within 2 months.
Very well, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Paragraph 2A2, Honorable Isaac Opoku.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, paragraph 2A2 is about absence of signed contract agreements between parties. The auditors observed that the services provided by the Ghana Petroleum Mooring Systems Limited, that is GPMS, for the use of offshore buoys and pipeline for discharge from the vessels through the conventional buoys mooring, that's CBM pipeline, into BOST tanks at the Accra Plain Depot was not covered with a written contract or service level agreement to outline the rights, obligations, scope, and other terms of a valid contract. Again, BOST operated under such conditions for more than 5 years, and they made payments equivalent to $814,130 United States dollars from sampled invoices for 2022. So according to the auditors, under such conditions, it's difficult to determine the losses associated with the vessels or cargo discharge. And the recommendation is that management should ensure that the parties sign a written contract or service level agreement defining the rights and obligations, product losses associated with the vessel discharge through the CBM pipeline and any other terms of valid contract without further delay. Have you been able to sign the contract?
Honorable Chair, we've not been able to sign the contract. Reason being that this is take and pay arrangement. So it's not like we've engaged them to provide a service for which we require a contract. As and when we need their service, we go and use it. Now the CBM, there's only one in the country, and GPMS is the only operator of that facility. Now, our risk with using their business is the product losses. But the NPA, which is the regulator, has guidelines covering how these losses should be treated. And we are all regulated by the same regulator. So when the auditors insisted that we have a contract with them, we approached them in order to satisfy the requirements of the auditors. But they say they won't sign a contract with us. So we reported to the Ministry of Energy and NPA, who is the regulator, to take it up. Now, when we did that, the regulator directed that we conduct an integrity test on the pipelines from the Y junction up to the Y junction. So we have engaged a contractor to do the hydro testing. So that is where we are, Honorable Chair.
So are you happy with the current system? Because according to the auditors, this has gone on for 5 years.
Mr. Chairman, we've looked at this issue very critically, and we seem to be at crossroads. I say so because they are saying that by the arrangement that we have with them, they will not sign any contract with us at all. The auditors say that there must be a contract. And yes, a sort of a service level agreement could do, as the circumstances may permit. But we are saying that in this particular matter, because it's a take and pay situation, and we use their services as and when we need, and they are also the only entity that is responsible for executing this. Our explanation to the auditors was to allow for the system, as it were, to continue to prevail. But they've insisted that there should be a contract. That's why, because they have said that they will not sign, we have escalated it to the Ministry of Energy to see what could be done in collaboration with MPA, so that if it is possible to have the contract and have it signed, why not? We are ready to, but they are saying they will not. The other party says they will not. And we cannot compel someone to enter into a contract with you. There is no law that will compel someone to enter into a contract with you, except in exceptional circumstances. So in the light of this, and in the light of the fact that we've not been able to raise any specific breach or thing that has been done to occasion a necessity for a contract, I think that we may allow the status quo to prevail, because we cannot, in the circumstances, compel them to sign a contract with us.
Chairman, I'll yield to you, but before then, I just want to find out, have you received any response from the Ministry of Energy?
The Ministry deals through the NPA. So when we contacted the NPA directed us to do the hydro testing, and that is what we are doing. I don't know what they will use their report for, so probably. But the NPA has a manual. There is a loss control manual which regulates all activities of the pipeline. So if there are any losses, even all activities in the downstream regarding product losses and the rest are dealt with by the manual. So if there are any losses, we have the standard allowable losses and all that. And if there are any losses, which party are responsible for the losses and all that. So once we finish with the hydro testing, we'll see what NPA will be able to do. Thank you.
Chairman, I yield to you.
All right, let's move on. Your next one is paragraph 287, outstanding VAT amount of 188,489. So you awarded a contract to Ghana Limited, who in the contract document charged a VAT of 12.5% and government levies of 6%. That resulted in a total taxes of 247,445.76. But when you pay the company, the supplier issue a 4% flat rate VAT invoice. So whilst you pay a total of 18.5%, the supplier issue an VAT invoice of 4%, which means that he's taking about 14.5%, which amounted to 188,489 Ghana cedis. So the auditors are asking you to chase this money and pay to GRA. Have you been able to do so?
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, we have collaborated with the GRA. We've written to them, and we've actually asked that they collaborate with that entity and then invite them to provide proof of payment of the difference that has been left. And we've also reported the issue to the Financial Intelligence Unit of the Ghana Police Service for further investigation and possible prosecution.
But when the company issue a 4% flat rate invoice to you, didn't you notice it that in the contract, the VAT should have been 18.5%?
Okay, Honorable Chair, in the contract, the amount stated in the contract is inclusive of taxes. So a bulk amount stated as inclusive of taxes without breaking it down between the net amount and then the tax amount. So when the invoice came in, the 4% flat rate was applied. The gross amount on the invoice agreed with the contract sum.
So are you saying that the contract amount didn't specify the tax component?
No, it didn't.
Then where did the auditors get the information from?
Okay, so when the contractor was quoting, when he was bidding for the contract, sending his proposal had 12% VAT rate. But then when he submitted the invoice, he applied a 4% rate.
So the auditors were right. So
yes,
the question come back to you again that when he was quoting, he quoted a tax of 12.5%. Now he brought an invoice, and the invoice is talking about 4%. Meanwhile, you gave him the contract based on the 12.5% that he quoted. Why didn't you draw his attention to it?
Honorable Chair, like I'm saying, we did not identify that at that stage because the time lag between when he bidded for the contract, because it goes through a certain procurement process, was quite long. So we didn't identify that.
Now the auditors are saying that you know that company very well. Why are you collaborating with GRA? You know the company. Call the man and say, look, this is what you when you are bidding, this is what you brought. So give us the difference and pay to GRA. Why are you collaborating with GRA? To do what?
Honorable Chair, reason is that these contractors, when you have already paid them, to get them to return the money becomes difficult. More so, the VAT invoices were issued by GRA.
Auditor General report came to your attention. You didn't draw his attention, the supplier's attention to it that, look, this is the issue raised by the auditor. Didn't you do that?
We wrote to the contractor and also reported to GRA.
Has the contractor responded to your letter?
No, Honorable. They haven't.
Are you still working with the contractor?
No, we are not. When these issues come up and we pick them up, we blacklist them and we don't use them again.
They will go and form another company and come back to you. That's what they do. All the companies down here, they say the Deputy Managing Director said you can't trace them. The people are still working with you, but you don't know. They form new company and come back. That's what they do.
Honorable, that is the unfortunate aspect. And that is why when we identify these, we also report to the CID so that they can go into the issues and find out the people who are involved. If they gather any intelligence and they are able to give us any information, we use it as an input for our next procurement processes. And having this having been brought up by the auditors, now when we are making payments and the rest, we go back to make sure that we check from the procurement documents up to when they submit their
We are
claims
in
for payments.
2024. This is 2023 reports, transactions. At this digital age, we are still having these challenges. Digital cra, is it working?
Honorable Chair, it's working now. GRA is issuing digital
It's
invoices.
working. It's working, and the suppliers are dribbling you. You are here saying it's working.
Mr. Chairman, there's particularly a piece of advice you have given us this afternoon that I note very well. We're going to go behind to make checks of new entities that come to register with us. I totally agree with you. This is a very, very intelligent way of getting these people weeded out completely, because they will come back in a new phase and then just continue to deceive us. So we'll make sure that the legal department, we do cross-checking at the Registrar General as to the true faces behind the companies that are registering with us. Then we'll know how to take appropriate steps to redress.
Exactly the advice I wanted to give, that they don't come with new faces. They bring new entities. So if you check the ownership structure, then you realize that these are the same persons, or sometimes a combination of people, one from here, one from the other company, with companies that are already in distress with you. Then they bring, and then they come and win a new transaction, and they are in business. And yet when you want to collect the old debt, they tell you it's a shell company. You know, so when you get them like this, you can take them out of the transaction. You don't let them participate in the tender process. It gives other people opportunity. The people who are candid with you are able to transact and do business with you and pay whatever is due the state. Thank you.
Paragraph
Mr. Chairman, we thank you for that free consultancy.
Thank you. Paragraph 293, Honorable Ennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this infraction has to do with procured items not fully supplied. So the auditors noted that BOST awarded a contract for procurement of furniture that from their inventory count, the supplier had only delivered goods to the tune of 728,692.58, but were yet to supply the remaining items valued at $268,572. What is interesting here is that BOST paid an overpayment of $69,117,000 for goods that had not been supplied at the time. The auditor's recommendation is that you take steps to get all the outstanding furniture supplied. What is the status of this?
Mr. Chairman, two things quickly. Just if you look at it, it has two different phases. The total of $268,572.36 is outstanding. But out of that, an excess amount of $69,117.77 was overpaid. Now, what we have done was that, having done the supplies, we had to do an amendment to the contract. And the amendment to the contract was done in line with the supply that was made, so that we can handle it in a manner that whatever had been supplied already was sufficient and we didn't need extra. So the excess sum will no longer be paid. So what is standing now is the difference of the $69,177.77, which is supposed to be retrieved from the contractor in the circumstances of this matter. But, as I indicated, the amendment itself has taken care of the provision that I've enunciated in this. And my finance director will do the clarification on this matter. Thank you.
Okay, so Honorable Chair, the outstanding items have been supplied, and it's in line with the amended contract sum, and we've sent details and further particulars to the auditors who can confirm that.
Okay, boss, can you confirm the amended contract sum?
We don't have the information handy, but before we procured the goods, we went through PPA for approval, and when we had to amend the contract, we notified PPA for further approval, and based on that, we did the amendment, and we can finish that with you, the amended contract sum to you. We've shared everything with the auditors, like I said.
Auditors, can you confirm if you've cited any amended contract, and also confirm how much of the supplies have been delivered to BOST?
Honorable Chair, yes, we've cited the amendment contract dated on the 10th of January 2024. For the items, we cannot confirm here, but for the amendment contract, we have it. Thank you.
That you have only cited the amendment, but you have not cited the items that have been delivered.
We've been informed, but subsequently we have to liaise with our team that did the job, whether they've gone to do the verification. Because we don't have it with us, we don't want to say that whether the items have been supplied or not, but we'll liaise with our team. Thank you.
But there is one interesting item here from the table that was supplied by the auditors. And okay. So, Mr. Chairman, I will yield to you.
All right, so that ends the issues with BOST. Those outstanding issues, kindly go back and work on them and update the auditors so that they can also update the committee. All right, so on that note, you are discharged.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable members, we're going to break for 30 minutes. Sorry to break for 30 minutes because some have been sitting for long. So we'll resume exactly at 3 p.m. to take COVID-19 Trust Fund, Vehicle Trust Fund, and VRA Health Services Limited. Thank you very much.